Welcome, everyone, to the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. My name's Jared Mello, and I'm the Shepherd of Black Sheep. To my right here, my right-hand man, Shadow the Night Owl. He is the spirit animal and the mascot of the channel, and he helps me to watch over the flock of black sheep because I'm also, like I said, the Shepherd of Black Sheep. Now, some announcements coming up. Next Friday, I will be interviewing Dr. Peter Salerno again, so I'm looking forward to that. I'm in the process of scheduling Dr. Eleanor Greenberg. She is the author of Narcissistic Borderline and Schizoid Adaptations. Looking forward to that. Hello there, Miss Kim. Welcome. And what else? Also, I think on Monday or Tuesday, I'll be putting up some possible shirt options. There's going to be men's t-shirts and women's shirts. And I'm going to have two designs so far. One will be a Revenge of the Black Sheep. Another one will be something Laura has helped me with. And there might be more. There might be more in the future too. So keep your eyes open for that so you can rock and show with your apparel what we got going on here. Black Sheep Nation and Revenge of the Black Sheep. There she is. Laura, how are you? We'll put that Black Sheep Nation thing on some shirts as well. And I'll probably also come up with some either stickers or coffee mugs. We got a lot of things going on. Hello there, Charity. How are you? Marina, Melissa Black Sheep, who is now Catella. Welcome, everybody. Teresa, hello. I was doing some digging today for the research for this episode. I mean, in Monk's Intrigue, he did a video a couple days ago. That's fairly interesting. And he's been doing well as a channel, too. And then our buddy, Avid Dattenborough, who is almost certainly AI, of course. But, you know, his videos get a lot of views, even though it's AI. Yes, the gate to the pen for the flock of black sheep is open. Hello there, Marina. How are you? PCAB from Victoria, BC. I have some friends in Victoria, BC. I hope they're all well. I do, and I will not be very happy about it because I got caught up with some other things too. So I will be an unhappy panda tomorrow for sure. But we'll see. But we'll also see how long this episode is going to be. Marina says, my mom and dad's big birthday bash today, big week. Love the monk videos. Ah, right on. So is your mom and dad's birthday on the similar time? Or is it just one of them? Well, we're glad to have you back, Marina. Shadow was asking me, where has Marina been? And I was like, that's a damn good question. So we have a couple of the Avid Dattenborough videos to go over. There's a monk video. Brian Etten took the night off from longer form videos. Hello there, Jackie. How are you today, Jackie? Things going better for you today? I hope so. I was dealing with some other, I'll tell you, it never ceases to amaze me. Just, as a creator, you experience this a lot. But there's one person, they were trying to come at my friend Kelly in one of our shorts. She was talking about one of the differences between autism and narcissism. And the guy's first line is like, it is rare that I see someone as stupid as you. And I'm like, Jesus, like, just the fact that people are willing to be so rude and ignorant, it's one of those things where they wouldn't do that in person, right? People have become way too comfortable being a jerk because there's no immediate repercussions, right? Behind a screen, what can you do? Nothing. In person, it's not right, but people would probably get punched in the face, right? So that was the kickback mechanism so that if you're going to F around and find out, yeah, you're going to get the find out part. Nowadays online, there is no find out. It's just F around and do whatever the hell you want. And the most that happens is you get freaking blocked. It's redonkulous. Shadow says it's redonkulous. But those are the people that they just enjoy being antagonistic. Yes, and that's exactly what they are, Laura. When they do it to my friends too, it's like, and then they also made up this thing that was, oh, someone with autism is 3 times more likely to develop NPD. And I was thinking to myself, I looked it up and I saw what they did. They pulled some study that said, oh, someone with autism might be 3 times likely to be diagnosed with a personality disorder. It's like, well, that's a different argument than saying people that have autism are 3 times more likely to have NPD. And granted, it's just one study anyway. One study does not make something a fact. And NPD is just one of around 12 to 13 personality disorders. There's a cluster A, cluster B, cluster C. So again, people like that will, and I don't like the misinformation. Twist and distort. Laura, you did the audio. You can get through it much faster with audio, right? You can listen to it in the car while you're working out. So hopefully, Matt Murphy, if you're out there, hopefully get back to me so I can invite you on the show. As a creator, I'll teach you guys something here too. Mostly about the fine line between being persistent without being obnoxious or annoying. Now, the same applies with dating as well, dating for men, where, okay, what's the line, right? Persistence and being fun versus no, you're not respecting her or you're not paying attention to the social cues. She really just doesn't like you, right? Understanding the difference is key. Hello there, Tina. Welcome. What you need to look up, Marina? I highly recommend Matt Murphy's book, by the way, The Book of Murder, it's called. Danielle, Shadow says hello. Chatty Kathy, welcome. Today was a stress-free day. That's what I like to hear, Jackie. That's what I like to hear. Thank you, Miss Kim. Yes, and everyone comes in. Make sure to like the video because likes are free. I think he was exaggerating what one study said. And it's like, no, redonkulous. But again, it's just the fact that people get so mad over a disagreement because they were like, oh, the motivations are different. And I said, if you watch the full interview, we talked about that. Instead, you're going off the handle based off a short, which is just silly. But yes, throw a shadow here, a like vest, the same way Brian Hooker should have to Lynette Hooker as well, but did not. Make sure you subscribe to the channel here. Say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat. As always, super chats, super stickers, becoming a channel member, or gifting channel memberships. Great way to support the channel. When you're a member, you get access to the members-only live streams, the Chill and A's, and the Q&A's. Ask the members that are here. We have a grand old time. And I'll help you talk through toxic situations in there if you're interested in doing that. We can talk about true crime, current events, other psychology topics, just whatever you want. It's a grand old time. And also, they help me pay the super chats, super stickers, and becoming a member helps me pay for Shadow the Night Owl's soy-free hootie snacks. And remember, I was late tonight because I don't even know why I was late tonight. Just got caught up with things. But usually it's between 10 and 10:30 p.m. Eastern that I would start going live. Usually it's 5 or 6 nights a week. I think I took one day off this week. But like Laura says, check out Matt Murphy's book. Check out Matt Murphy's book, The Book of Murder. It'll also help your true crime mind as well, I believe. It'll help you think the way a prosecutor thinks, which is cool. And it is a really good book, actually. It's really well done. So hopefully I can get him on here. Hello, flock of black sheep. My favorite channel. Did you see about the stalker on JLR? I did not see about the stalker on JLR. What happened with that? Laura's got a crush. Which is understandable. Because you know what, though, Matt Murphy, as you know, Laura, he married his job. He married his job. But I do think that's a masculine thing to do, right? You have your mission and purpose. And he just went all in and he said, you know what? I'm going to go all in on trying to get justice for victims and put the bad guys behind bars. And that's why he was undefeated. He never took a case that he lost. If he took it, he won. Right? That's it. Laura, he went all in. And honestly, that part spoke to me. And when I reached out to him, I said that. I said, I'm kind of in a similar spot where I used to think in my 20s, oh, I'm going to get married, have kids. But life has a way of saying, you know what? I don't think so. Like they say, if you ever want to make God laugh, you tell him your plans. And that's kind of what happened to me. It's similar to what happened to Matt Murphy, where I wanted something so badly, but the universe had different plans. And honestly, now I'm glad. I'm glad now that things worked out the way they did. I'm glad I didn't get everything I wanted when I was in my 20s. Because if I did, you probably wouldn't be seeing me here right now. That's for sure. So I've come to, it was a struggle in the beginning, but then you own it and you embrace it. And you're like, you know what? This is awesome. I love being able to do my own thing, create the content. And don't get me wrong, there's certainly different struggles with it too. Don't get me wrong, but I would just prefer this. That's just me. Jackie, Bethany, how are you, Bethany? We got Rooster in the house. How are you, Rooster? So the stalker was creepy. That was his thing. No, it's all good, Marina. I didn't hear much about it. Hello there, Wendy. How are you? Miss Kim. Well, Miss Kim, you have kids, don't you? Hello there, Regina. Welcome. Tonight, the first one will be, we have everyone's favorite, David Attenborough, not to be confused with David Attenborough, who is the brother of John Hammond in Jurassic Park, who I just saw on TV a little bit ago too. So I didn't know that until someone in the chat told me that. I can't remember who it was at this point, but they told me and I was like, wow, that's cool. I did not know that David Attenborough was brothers with John Hammond, who is named Richard Attenborough. Okay, Miss Kim, I gotcha. Now we got some USC. Nate Diaz is still fighting. That surprises me. But who is Porch Guy Mike? Welcome, Mike. Shadow says hello too. Shadow says hello. Say hello to his cousin Owls in Harper's Ferry. Hello there, Mavs and hubby. Logan has taken over my bed, so I'm in his bed. LOL. What was I saying? Oh, yes. Porch Guy. I mean, David Attenborough is going to talk about Dominic Evans. So we'll see. We'll see if that's something. Again, this guy's channel, I don't know how it gets so many views, but it does. And it's AI, to be clear, right? It's AI. But yet, the guy has 9 videos on the channel, and he's got 31,000 subscribers. So people don't like it, but people still watch it. And I guess there's a lot of people that get fooled. I mean, I still watch it because I think it's important to go over what they're going over. And sometimes they're wrong. I mean, sometimes it's wrong about what they're even saying. I mean, Google AI can be wrong too. I remember when I was making the video about Sam Vaknin, probably 6 to 9 months ago, I looked up what his credentials were, and it said he has a PhD in philosophy. And that's wrong. That's what a PhD is, a philosophy doctorate, but his PhD is specifically in physics. So I went off of what Google AI said, and I got it wrong because of it. So you can't always trust AI. That's the point. Hello there, Christy. How are you? I did notice it, Laura. I didn't watch it, though. I didn't watch it. She's She's one of the few ones doing the Brian Hooker stuff, which is good for her because that's her lane now, right? Her lane is the Brian Hooker, Lynette Hooker story, which works out. Works out for her. That might be what we go over tomorrow, Laura. We'll see. Did you like it? Did you learn anything new? I was also thinking about going over the scientist stuff here today, but it seems like what they're doing is they're going back through the past. So Nancy Grace has a video about that today, and there's this new woman that's missing her dad. But if you didn't know any better, you would think this just happened, but it didn't. The one they're referring to happened in 2023, but they're just piecing it together as, oh, see, another scientist. This is a neuroscientist and bioengineer that is also missing. So I will admit, it's certainly very suspect. Very suspect for so many well-educated scientists to be either missing or murdered. That is wild, right? And what could it be? What could it be? Snoop. What's shaking, Snoop? Google AI is trying to tell me I have lymphangitis. What the hell is that? And to go to the ER, yeah, that's no good. I don't even know what lymphangitis is. D, what's shaking, D? It's strange, I need to watch. I'm very confused about the scientist. Yeah, you know what? Me too. Me too. Rooster, is it UFC or is it another outlet? Because I don't think Nate Diaz is in the UFC anymore. I think he's fighting for somewhere else. Hello there, Kev. Welcome. Shadi says, I always watched the fights with my dad. I loved them. I would get excited and yell at the TV. My dad would laugh at me, reminding me they couldn't hear me. That's cute, Kathy. That's cute. I love a good fight myself. I will say this, of all the sporting events, I think the UFC has become, and any cage fight really, but UFC really is the most popular. They've become the most go-to event. It used to be boxing, but now I think UFC has passed it in popularity. And why? Because while boxers are better at the individual stand-up of boxing, of course, you put a boxer in the UFC, they're getting destroyed. You put them in the same weight class, like they're just doomed. They would win on the feet, but any guy who's a mixed martial artist is going to take them down, choke them out, and they're done. Or wrestle them to the ground or kickbox them or whatever. So, but the point is, all the other athletes have an inherent respect in the people that fight because they know those are the baddest bastards on the planet, right? So all the football players, hockey players, basketball, baseball, they all know, like that's like the peak of of battle, of physical hand-to-hand combat. That's the peak. So they all know. Julie Bug, what's shaking, Julie Bug? Miss Chloe says, watch 10 Rillington Place film. Richard Attenborough, have the good problem of having too many comments in the chat. Plays 1950s serial killer John Christie, so creepy. The wrong man was executed before they realized it was Christie. You know, Miss Chloe, that is the danger of the death penalty. And you know what? It does happen a little too often for comfort. I just saw a guy in Oklahoma. He survived 9 death row dates, 9 date of executions, and 3 last meals. And then he was released. It's crazy. Because they got it wrong. All right, Christy. We're going to hold you to that. Shadow says he's going to pull out the timer. We'll see when she's back. And it does happen, Marina. It does. I'll look it up for you really quick before we start. Oklahoma guy released. Oklahoma death row inmate released from prison after 30 years awaiting trial. Hello there, TJ. Welcome. And like I said, I might want to do more videos of myself doing true crime at a point too. So let's see here. The brief. Richard Glossop, who has been on death row for nearly 30 years, has been released from prison and is awaiting a retrial. Last year, the United States Supreme Court tossed his conviction, saying prosecutors allowed a key witness to give testimony they knew to be false. Glossop's case has attracted a lot of attention from celebrities such as Susan Sarandon, Kim Kardashian, and other prominent figures. Do you know why it catches Susan Sarandon's attention? Because she starred in the movie Dead Man Walking with Sean Penn, directed by Tim Robbins, who was Andy Dufresne in The Shawshank Redemption. And Susan Sarandon dated Tim Robbins, but the movie was all about the death penalty, Dead Man Walking. It was actually really well done because it doesn't really give you, it doesn't tell you what to think. That's what they would do in a video today. In a movie today, they would tell you how to think about it. But that one kind of gives the prosecution side, gives the defense's side, and they say, what do you think? Make it up for yourself. Now, the difference is they do spend more time on Sean Penn's character because he's the one on death row. So you can develop a little bit of an emotional attachment to that. You don't really go as deep into the victims' families. And sure, that certainly sways it, doesn't it? It certainly does. And what's the other thing? Also, what was different is if it was real life, he would have been on death row for 20 to 30 years, not within a year, right? So that part was unrealistic, but they had to do it that way for the film. But that's why she cares about the death row cases, because it's probably like a passion project for her. So Richard Glossop was tried and convicted for the 1997 Oklahoma City homicide of his former boss. Motel owner Barry Van Treese was beaten to death with a baseball bat in a murder prosecutors describe as a murder-for-hire scheme. Conviction overturned. What we know, last year, the United States Supreme Court tossed his conviction, saying prosecutors allowed a key witness to give testimony they knew to be false. Matt Murphy would shake his head about that, which violated Glossop's right to a fair trial. On Thursday, Judge Natalie Mai set a bond for $500,000 and set an order for Glossop to wear an electronic monitoring device. He also cannot travel outside of Oklahoma, must not contact any witnesses in the case, and cannot consume any drugs or alcohol. Glossop's case has attracted a lot of attention from celebrities such as Susan Sarandon, Kim Kardashian, and other prominent figures. His case was also featured in a 2017 documentary called Killing Richard Glossop. Interesting indeed. Also, the guy in South Carolina, his murder charge was overturned. But his murder charge might get overturned, but in the new trial or retrial, I'm not sure if they're considering a new or a retrial, he can get the death penalty the next time. So wouldn't that be something? Oh, you think you're off the hook? Actually, no, this time you get the death penalty. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. How are you doing today, Bethany, by the way? And before we get into this, make sure you like the video because likes are free. Spank that like button. Leave your DNA of choice in the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Say hello to the flock of black sheep. And as always, the super chats, super stickers, and becoming a channel member or gifting memberships, great way to support the channel. Helps me to pay for Shadow the Night Owl's soy-free hoodie snacks. So let's pop into this here. And of course, thank you very much for all of the support I've gotten so far. There's David Dattenborough.
Not the news clip. not the recap, the actual FBI-released doorbell camera footage from Nancy Guthrie's front porch. 44 seconds. That is all the FBI had to work with. 44 seconds of a masked figure standing at the front door of an 84-year-old woman's home at 1:47 in the morning. Most people watched that footage once. They said, "Okay, masked guy, creepy, moving on." I watched it 47 times. And on the 14th viewing, I stopped at one specific frame, timestamp 018. There is something in that frame that changes the entire picture of this case. Not a theory, not speculation, a documented, verified...
So we have Tommaso, Dominic, and then the other band member. What's his name? So these early black.
...verifiable physical detail that connects that masked figure to a specific man in Tucson, Arizona. A man with a documented criminal record. A man who has spent 19 years playing in a band with the last person to see Nancy Guthrie alive. A man named Dominic Evans. By the time this video is over, you are not going to be asking whether the FBI matched that footage. You are going to be asking why it took this long. This is Brian Records. This channel exists to go through evidence carefully, factually, and without flinching. Every source I use is linked in the description below. Go check it yourself. That is how we do things here. Now let us get into it. February 10th, 2026. FBI Director Kash Patel held a press conference. He released still images and a short video clip pulled from the doorbell camera at Nancy Guthrie's home in the Catalina Foothills neighborhood of Tucson, Arizona. The footage showed a single masked figure, dressed entirely in black, ski mask, nitrile gloves.
That picture's fake, by the way.
An Ozark Trail 25-liter backpack, a handgun holstered at the waist. That figure stood on Nancy Guthrie's front porch at 1:47 in the morning of February 1st, 2026. Most outlets ran the footage for 30 seconds and moved on to the next story. Here is what most outlets did not tell you. That footage should not exist at all. Nancy Guthrie's Nest camera system did not have an active cloud subscription. The cameras were installed, they were powered on, they could detect motion and send alerts to a phone, but they were not storing continuous footage to the cloud. There was no saved recording to pull. The cameras were essentially expensive-looking props sitting on the wall of her home. The FBI had to partner directly with Google to recover residual data from back-end servers. Data that had not been fully overwritten yet. Data that Google's own engineers had to dig into specifically for this investigation. Think about what that means. Whoever planned this operation knew those cameras were not recording. They knew that walking onto that porch would not produce footage that investigators could immediately pull the next morning. They planned around a camera system they believed was useless. And they were almost right. Almost. The FBI got 44 seconds back from the digital grave. And inside those 44 seconds is enough physical information to build a profile that points directly at one specific person. When the FBI analyzed the doorbell footage, they did not just enhance the image and post it online. They applied reverse infrared technology. That process amplifies heat signatures and light differentials to pull out physical details that are invisible to the naked eye in standard footage. What came out of that process was specific. Here is the official physical description the FBI released on February 12th, 2026. Male, 5'9" to 5'10", average build. Black moustache and goatee visible through the openings in the ski mask. Stop right there. The suspect kept the mask on the entire time, and yet the FBI could still describe his facial hair, because the ski mask had eye holes and a mouth opening, and through those openings...
Hark, Shadow says. What's that smell? Ooh, that smell of Hootie Snacks. Let's see. What do we got here, Mike? Shadow and I say thank you for this. Would you put law enforcement with undercover or informants into nighttime Tucson music scene to gather intel? A lot of these players are involved in that. I mean, honestly, why not? Why not at this point? What do you have to lose? Because here's the thing. As I'm reading Matt Murphy's book, The Book of Murder, I think that's something that he would think. He would say, you know what? Who are these people? And often it's someone close to the family, someone that knows the family, often, right? So why not do a little bit of due diligence? Because you better believe Matt Murphy would not believe what Sheriff Nano says about the families being cleared. And again, don't confuse that with me accusing them of actually being guilty. There's a difference between not being cleared and being accused. Two different things. I'm just saying they shouldn't have been cleared. And until they have a suspect, I would say, why? Why would you even clear them like that? And there's some other things in the Monk's Intrigue video we're going to watch next that is a little peculiar. Just a little peculiar. But I would say, yeah, why not? Why not go undercover into the scene there? I would say, what do you have to lose? You have your little bit of a task force, see if anyone says anything. See if anyone's opened up a little bit under the influence, Why not? So thank you very much for this, Mike. Always appreciate your support. Shadow does too.
Under infrared enhancement, the dark hair of a moustache and a goatee was visible. That is not a generic description. A black moustache and a goatee narrows the field considerably. But it gets more specific. Former FBI profiler Jim Clemente reviewed the footage publicly. He identified what he believed to be a tattoo or a distinctive marking on the suspect's right wrist, visible in specific frames where the glove had ridden up slightly during movement. Right wrist, visible marking. Now hold all 4 of those data points in your head at the same time. 5'9" to 5'10", average build, black moustache and goatee, distinctive marking on the right wrist. Hold those 4 points, because now I need to tell you about Dominic Aaron Evans. Dominic Aaron Evans is 48 years old. He lives in the Tucson area. He works as an elementary school teacher, and since 2007, he has been the drummer in a band called Early Black. The bassist in that band is a man named Tommaso Cioni. Tommaso Cioni is the husband of Annie Guthrie.
And Cioni, like it's pronunciated CH, is the correct pronunciation. Not Cioni, but Cioni.
Annie is Nancy Guthrie's eldest daughter. That makes Tommaso Cioni Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law. And that makes Dominic Evans the 19-year musical partner of the last known person to see Nancy Guthrie alive. Let me be precise about something right now, and I'm going to come back to this throughout this video. Law enforcement has not officially named Dominic Evans as a suspect or a person of interest. I want to be clear about that. Everything I am about to show you comes from public records, documented facts, FBI-released evidence, and named expert sources. You are going to look at what I show you and make your own judgment. Now, back to the 4 data points, 5'9" to 5'10". Dominic Evans is approximately 5'9", average build. Multiple publicly available photographs and performance videos show Evans at an average build. Black moustache and goatee. In those same photographs and performance videos, Evans has been documented with a black moustache and goatee. Distinctive marking on the right wrist. In performance footage from early Black that is available online, a marking is visible on Evans's right wrist. Former FBI profiler Jim Clemente described the marking he saw in the doorbell footage as consistent with what independent researchers identified on Evans's wrist in that banned footage.
I don't think that's true. But this is why we're going over this, because you can't let AI spread misinformation. So he just said the tattoo on the guy on the porch cam matches the tattoo on him in the photo. No, it does not. No, it does not. They pulled that out of their ass.
Not one match, not two matches. Every single data point in the FBI's official physical description.
Christy, I don't know. You said someone sent me something. I don't know where they sent it. What platform did they send it on? Facebook, Instagram, Gmail. What was it? A documentary about what?
Of the suspect maps onto Dominic Aaron Evans, every single one. Now here is where it gets deeply uncomfortable. Public records are public for a reason. The Pima County Judicial Database is accessible to anyone. And inside that database, under the name Dominic Evans, there are documented felony entries: burglary, robbery, theft, embezzlement, DUI. I want to stop on the first two words and make sure you understand exactly what they mean under Arizona law.
So did you hear that? They're talking about the record that Dominic has. And I heard also that Dominic is also a teacher. And that makes me wonder, how is he able to be a teacher with that kind of record? Which makes me wonder, is that really his record?
Burglary is unlawful entry into a structure with the intent to commit a crime inside. Robbery is the taking of property from a person through force or the direct threat of force. Read those definitions again slowly. Unlawful entry into a structure. Confrontation of a person. Taking property from them by force. Now read the description of what happened inside Nancy Guthrie's home on February 1st at 1:47 in the morning. Someone entered that home unlawfully. Someone confronted an 84-year-old woman. Someone took her by force. The skill set required to do what was done to Nancy Guthrie is documented in Pima County Court records under the name of the man whose physical description matches every single point of the FBI's official profile. But here is the detail that should stop you cold. Evans has documented felony convictions. His name is in those court records right now. Anyone can look it up. And yet, neither of the two DNA profiles recovered from this crime scene matched a single profile in the FBI's CODIS database. CODIS contains 19 million known offender profiles. 19 million people. Neither profile matched anyone. For a person with documented felony convictions, the absence from CODIS has a specific legal explanation. Arizona's DNA collection laws have been amended multiple times over the years. If Evans's convictions were entered before the state implemented mandatory DNA collection for his specific categories of offence, or if any of his cases were resolved through plea agreements that did not trigger automatic DNA submission, he could have multiple.
So this is what Google says about Dominic's record. As of early 2026, social media users have circulated unverified claims regarding a criminal history for Dominic Evans, a Tucson-based musician and former bandmate of Tommaso Cioni. Online claims. Various internet users have alleged that Evans has a record, including past charges for burglary, robbery, theft, and embezzlement, often citing Pima County, Arizona records. Specific allegations. Some reports highlighted a 1999 arrest involving the theft of a calculator and watch from a bar, as well as a prior DUI conviction. These claims gained traction due to online speculation linking him to the unsolved 2026 disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, but they have not been officially connected to that case by law enforcement. But that doesn't really tell you the answer. You need to do like an official background check to know.
Felony entries in the county system and remain completely invisible to the federal database. Documented criminal record. Zero DNA on file anywhere the FBI.
Shadow says he likes it how the Brits say record. They have other couple things. Humor, record, controversy. Americans are like controversy. In England, they say controversy.
FBI can access. That combination is the forensic equivalent of a ghost. A ghost who looks exactly like the person standing on Nancy Guthrie's porch at 1:47 in the morning. 2007. Dominic Evans and Tommaso Cioni did not grow up together. They did not go to school together. They found each other through a classified ad in the Tucson Weekly. Tommaso posted a listing. Evans responded. They found a guitarist named Walter Gonsalves through Craigslist. In late 2009, the three of them walked into Loveland Studios in Tucson and recorded their debut album. They named that album Life, Love, Love, Murder.
Hark, the herald angels sing. Glory to Brian Ramblings. What do we have here? Shadow says, thank you very much, Brian Ramblings. Gifted the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect membership. How about that? So that will help us pay for some soy-free Hootie snacks. Maybe even some free-range Hootie snacks too. And whoever the Lords of YouTube Random decide get it, they'll get access to the members-only live streams that are a grand old time, Q&As and chillin'-As. And that's where we can talk more just one-on-one as well, which is cool. So thank you very much for that, Brian. Shadow and I appreciate it. And let's see who the Lords of YouTube Random decide. Miss Chloe is who the Lords of YouTube Random decided, apparently.
4 words, deliberately chosen by 3 grown men to represent their collective artistic statement to the world. I'm not telling you an album title is evidence, but I am telling you it is a window. And what it shows you about the people who chose it is worth sitting with for a moment. From 2007 to 2026, Evans and Cioni have been playing together. 19 years of shared rehearsal spaces, 19 years of booking gigs, splitting expenses, coordinating schedules, reading each other's timing on a stage in front of a crowd. Here is something that musicians understand and that the rest of us tend to underestimate. A drummer and a bassist are the rhythmic foundation of every band. When they are tight, the whole band sounds tight. A drummer who has spent 19 years locked in with a bassist does not need to look over at him. He does not need a signal. He anticipates the shift before it happens. He feels the change in the tempo before the first note even lands differently. That level of synchronization does not live only on the stage. It becomes the foundation for every coordinated action those two people take together in any context. Think about what this crime required. Two people, two entry points, simultaneous action, one at the front, one at the rear, pre-assigned roles, pre-agreed timing, no verbal communication during execution. That is not two strangers hired off a message board. That is two people who have been anticipating each other's moves for 19 years without needing to speak. Let me tell you what the body language experts said when they reviewed the FBI doorbell footage. They used a specific phrase: ownership behavior. The suspect did not approach that porch the way a stranger approaches an unfamiliar location. He did not slow down near the entrance to orient himself. He did not scan the porch to locate the camera. He did not hesitate at the door. He walked directly to the camera without searching for it. He tapped the lens twice, casual, rhythmic, the way someone taps a piece of furniture they walk past every single day of their life. When tapping did not disable it, he reached in.
And when there's an David Attenborough with some piano music in the back, doesn't it just make it seem more authoritative? Must be right. It's David Attenborough with piano music that's in a serious, somber tone. So it must be true. Bah! What is this, Shadow? Let's see. Dale gifted 5 the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect memberships. Thank you so much for this, Dale. Shadow and I really appreciate this. We got more soy-free hoodie snacks, free-range hoodie snacks too, by the way. And we'll see who the Lords of YouTube Random decide get these memberships. And if you get one, you then have access to the members-only live streams where we do Q&As, we talk about true crime, current events, psychology, just whatever comes up. I usually do them on Wednesday or Thursday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern. So let's see. Let's see who the Lords of YouTube Random decide. And thank you very much again for that, Dale. Definitely appreciate your support.
Into the potted plant beside the door and covered the lens with foliage. He knew that plant was there. He knew exactly where it was positioned relative to the camera. He did not find the plant. He went straight to it. Investigators call that kind of movement muscle memory, the kind your body makes in a space it has visited so many times that it stops thinking and starts running on automatic. Now, Dominic Evans is not a family member. He did not have 19 years of Friday night dinners at Nancy Guthrie's home. Tommaso Cioni did. But here is...
And by the way, that's our flock of black sheep roll call. Hoot, hoot. Just like Shadow would say. Just like the coyotes, they do their little roll call, and so do the wolves. Hoot, hoot, or hooty hoo, is the flock of black sheep roll call.
What Evans did have. A 19-year partner who knew every inch of that property. A partner who knew where every camera was mounted. A partner who knew which plant was next to the front door. A partner who could draw a floor plan of that house from memory in the dark. The person on that porch moved like someone who had been briefed on every detail of that property by someone who had walked it hundreds of times. A blueprint passed from one partner to another. This detail does not get nearly enough attention. On January 23, 2026, 9 days before Nancy Guthrie was taken, a man was captured on a Ring camera approximately 6.5 miles from her home. He was walking backward.
But I would also might do, like Tony Bruschi does, more members-only videos that are only available to members-only people. Tony Bruschi has a bunch of them. Ashley Banfield doesn't really do that way. She does a Q&A, I think. I don't know how many times a month she does it, but that's her way of doing the members. I don't think Brian Netton does any of it, for that matter. But we'll see. We'll see how things go.
Consumer security cameras like Ring use passive infrared sensors. The sensor goes into a low-power state until it detects body heat moving through its field. When it wakes up, there is a gap. 1 to 2 seconds before the lens adjusts, the processor engages and the connection establishes. Walk toward a camera, and those first 1 to 2 seconds capture your face as you approach. Walk backward, and by the time the camera is actually recording, all it sees is the back of your head.
That depends, Miss Chloe. It's a good question. Some have copyrighted their likeness, so you wouldn't be able to do it. Now, since David Attenborough is 100 years old now, he might be like past the point of caring, but other younger ones, I do know they'll prevent it. Like, for example, Taylor Swift, she wouldn't allow it because no, they have to also be concerned about deep fake pornography, right? That's the other thing they have to worry about. So of course they don't want that. So yeah, there's rules about it. There will be rules about it for sure. But that was a good question.
The person was not walking backward because he stumbled. He was physically exploiting the camera's built-in response delay, using nothing but his own body. He had studied how these specific consumer cameras work. He had learned about the sensor lag, and he was using that knowledge deliberately, in the dark, on a residential street. When a dog in a nearby yard started barking, he ran. But here is the part that should stop you cold. He maintained his backward orientation as he fled. He was moving fast, fast enough that staying backward while running risked falling. The instinct when you hear a sudden, unexpected noise is to spin toward it.
And this is the other thing the other AI video did too, right? They kept on saying how he's walking backwards. I never saw that once. But for some reason, the other video said that too. So I'm not sure what kind of glitch is making it say that, but I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it.
Every human body has that reflex. It is not a choice. It is biology. He suppressed it. He would rather risk falling on a sidewalk than give that camera a single frame of his face. That level of discipline in an unplanned moment of stress does not come from watching a YouTube video. It comes from practice, from someone who had run this scenario in their mind enough times that the trained behavior overrode the survival reflex. 9 days later, February 1st, the same Ozark Trail backpack, the same reflective safety strips, the same build, the same height. On to Nancy Guthrie's porch, but this time, no hesitation, no testing, no backward walking. January 23rd was the test run. He walked past. He checked whether the...
By the way, has anyone seen any of this backward walking that he's talking about? I haven't seen it.
Camera captured anything worth worrying about. When law enforcement did not knock on his door the next morning, he confirmed one thing. He was invisible. By February 1st, he was not testing anymore. He was executing. I want to spend a moment on the backpack because most coverage treated it as a minor detail. It is not a minor detail. The FBI identified it as an Ozark Trail 25-liter pack. They specifically noted that this model is sold exclusively through Walmart. Walmart sells hundreds of millions of products, but the FBI called out this specific backpack by name. That means their forensic analysis was specific enough to identify the brand, the model, and the exclusive retailer. Now think about what a person planning this kind of operation chooses to carry their equipment in. This operation required planning tools, possibly restraints, definitely whatever sedative was administered to Nancy inside that home, possibly communication devices. A person who buys a specialized tactical backpack from an outdoor retailer creates a purchase record, a credit card trail, a loyalty program scan, a security camera at a checkout counter. A person who buys a $20 backpack from Walmart in cash, late at night, at a location far from their own neighborhood, creates almost nothing.
By the way, please remember to like the video because likes are free. Spank the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat.
That choice tells us the person carrying it understood procurement security. They understood that equipment leaves traces, and they chose equipment designed specifically to minimize those traces. That is not impulsive behavior. That is deliberate planning. And the reflective safety strips on that backpack, multiple observers noted them right away. Those strips glow under infrared cameras. They are visible from a distance in low-light conditions. A person who walked backward on a residential street specifically to exploit a camera's sensor lag definitely noticed those reflective strips, and they left them on anyway. There is one explanation for that. Those strips were left on intentionally, to make the backpack look like it was grabbed by someone careless, someone disorganized, someone impulsive, someone who does not match the profile of a man who has spent 19 years executing precise musical timing with another person. The backpack was part of the costume, and the costume had a specific purpose. When the FBI builds a suspect profile, they look at the gear, the planning, and the execution. If the suspect had shown up in professional tactical equipment with a properly fitted holster, night vision gear, and high-quality everything, the profile would have read as educated, methodical, disciplined, trained. Someone with a technical background. That profile narrows fast. But if you deliberately assemble the cheapest possible kit, the wrong holster, the reflective strips you absolutely should have removed but did not, you build a completely different character on paper. The profilers describe a disorganized, impulsive offender, someone with no training and no discipline. And they stop looking at the methodical person 4 miles away who plans things carefully for a living. That is not stupidity. That is misdirection.
On a side note, apparently Ronda Rousey just won her fight. She must have gotten someone in an armbar or something.
The costume did exactly what it was designed to do. 2 DNA profiles, 2 men. Profile 1 was recovered from biological material found inside Nancy Guthrie's home. Profile 2 was recovered from a nitrile glove found approximately 2 miles from her house. Both profiles belong to unknown males. Neither matches Nancy Guthrie. Neither matches any member of her family. Neither matches a single one of the 19 million profiles in the FBI's CODIS database. 2 miles from the house. Someone disposed of a glove 2 miles from the scene. Think about the knowledge that choice requires. A person who panics after a crime drops the glove at the scene or in the first trash can they pass. A person who panics does not think about where biological evidence from inside a glove might land. Nitrile gloves are not designed to prevent forensic contamination. They are rated for chemical resistance. Micro tears form under physical strain. Sweat builds inside the glove within minutes. If you are wearing nitrile gloves while physically managing an elderly woman and carrying her out of her home, perspiration breaches the material. A biology teacher who teaches forensic science concepts would know exactly that. A biology teacher would know that disposing of the gloves far from the scene is non-negotiable. And a person who knew that and still left a glove that was findable 2 miles away either made a mistake in a high-pressure moment or disposed of it in a location that seemed safe and turned out not to be. Someone found one anyway. And the FBI is running that DNA against genetic genealogy databases right now. Companies like Parabon Nanolabs and the techniques pioneered by investigator C.C. Moore do not require a hit in CODIS. They require a partial match with a distant relative, a second cousin, a third cousin. Someone who submitted their DNA to Ancestry or 23andMe without ever thinking about what that submission could one day reveal. Genetic genealogy brought down the Golden State Killer, a man who evaded law enforcement for decades, a man whose DNA was not in any criminal database anywhere. It found him anyway, because his relatives were in a consumer database. 2 DNA profiles, 2 men, and a genetic genealogy investigation that does not need either of them to cooperate. Dominic Evans spoke to the New York Times in February of 2026. He told them several things. He said he had met Nancy Guthrie exactly once, at a family Easter egg hunt in 2011. He said he found out about her disappearance through Instagram. And he said that when he found out, he reached out to Tommaso Cioni through a private direct message to offer his support. Sit with that sequence for a moment. Nancy Guthrie's disappearance was on every major television network in America. It was the top story on ABC, CBS, NBC, and CNN simultaneously. Her daughter Savannah is the anchor of the Today Show. This was not a local story buried somewhere on page 6. And Dominic Evans, the 19-year bandmate of the last known person to see Nancy Guthrie alive, says he found out through Instagram, not from the television, not from a friend calling him, not from Tommaso himself reaching out. Instagram. Let that land for a second. And then his first move was not to call Tommaso, not to text him, not to reach out through any channel that would be immediately visible to the investigators who he had to know were monitoring every form of communication in and out of that household. He sent a private direct message. A national kidnapping investigation involving a journalist's mother is active. Law enforcement is pulling phone records and monitoring communications. And his instinct is to reach out through the most private, least traceable channel available to him. Investigators who examine the metadata of that communication, the timing of it, the pattern of messages between Evans and Cioni in the weeks leading up to February 1st, the frequency of their contact, and the sudden shift after February 1st, would not be reading that private message as a gesture of support. They would be reading it as something else entirely. Evans told reporters he spoke with investigators for approximately 40 minutes. 40 minutes. That is a preliminary screening interview. That is what you spend on someone when you are documenting that you spoke to them. It is not the length of a deep dive into a genuine person of interest. But here is what matters most about that 40-minute interview. Investigators do not need Evans to cooperate for the evidence that actually counts. Cell tower records do not need his cooperation. Purchase histories do not need his cooperation. Vehicle tracking data does not need his cooperation. Genetic genealogy absolutely does not need his cooperation. It needs him to have a relative who submitted their DNA to a consumer database. And statistically, almost everyone does. Here is a detail I have not seen properly addressed anywhere. Evans told the New York Times he met Nancy Guthrie exactly once. Easter egg hunt, 2011. That was 15 years before she was taken. He is the 19-year bandmate of her son-in-law. 19 years of being connected to this family through Tommaso. 19 years of knowing about family dinners. 19 years of a partner who had walked through Nancy's front gate hundreds of times and knew that house better than almost anyone outside the immediate family. And Evans claims his entire personal connection to Nancy Guthrie is one Easter egg hunt 15 years ago. That is a very specific and very minimal claim. People make very specific and very minimal claims about their connection to a person when they have been carefully advised about what to say. Now consider the ransom demand. $6 million in Bitcoin. Not 5 million, not 10 million, not a round number that a stranger picks because they assume wealthy television personalities have access to unlimited funds. 6 million. That is a precise number, a surgical number, a number that says whoever set it knew specifically what Savannah Guthrie actually earns, knew what she could realistically access in liquid assets quickly.
Maybe, but I also don't think the ransom notes were real. So I think you just know Savannah Guthrie and the Guthrie family has money. So you're going to throw a number out there. But again, I still don't think they were real. That's just me.
Knew the difference between her public net worth and the amount she could actually move in a short window. A complete stranger demands 50 million because strangers think in large, round numbers when they imagine television wealth. An insider who has spent 19 years adjacent to that family's conversations lands on 6 million, because an insider knows what is actually reachable. Does Dominic Evans know Savannah Guthrie's financial reality after 19 years of being Tommaso Cione's closest bandmate? That question does not have a comfortable answer. In February of 2026, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos held a press conference and publicly stated that the Guthrie family had been cleared, all siblings and spouses. Listen to those exact words very carefully. All siblings and spouses. Savannah Guthrie, cleared. Annie Guthrie, cleared. Cameron Guthrie, cleared. Tommaso Cione, as a spouse, falls under that umbrella. Sheriff Nanos never named Dominic Evans in that clearance statement. Not once. Not in any subsequent press conference. Not on the record anywhere at all.
Yeah, and that's a fair point. But another fair point is none of them should have been cleared either. Right? That's another fair point. Because until you have a suspect, who do you think you are clearing anyone? Are you going to listen to pressure from the Guthrie family to clear other family? That's peculiar, is it not? Because if you're the family, don't you want it solved? Like, you would say to Sheriff Nanos and whoever, do what you have to solve the case, right? That's what you would think. As I'm reading Matt Murphy's The Book of Murder, that's what the victims' families want in his cases. Just solve it. And there's a story in the book how there was a cold case that he solves. And every year on their father's death date, they would send the police department cookies, just as a way to remind them that, okay, this is still going on. Like, our father's killer hasn't been caught. And to Matt Murphy's credit and the other people that helped him on it, they got that person. And it turned out to be a couple, but they got him. Years later, I think it was 14 to 15 years later, they got him.
And then look at what the investigation actually did after that public statement. Federal agents returned to Annie and Tommaso's home more than 5 separate times after being publicly declared clear. 5 times. They left with items in brown paper bags. Brown paper bags are used by law enforcement specifically to preserve biological evidence. They are not used during routine follow-up visits. They are not used when you are just doing paperwork. Annie Guthrie's vehicle was towed and impounded. Their septic tank was physically examined. Security cameras were removed from the property. You do not examine a septic tank belonging to people you have genuinely moved past. You do not tow the car of a grieving family member who is fully in the clear. You do not send teams.
He's kind of getting the order of operations here wrong, because Annie's car was impounded from the very beginning. It was after that I think Sheriff Nano said they were cleared, and they still had her car in custody. I think that's the timeline. So I think some of the timeline's not quite right here.
To remove security cameras from the property of someone you are no longer interested in. The public statement and the investigative behavior told two completely different stories, and Dominic Evans, the one person most directly connected to the primary focus of that investigation, was never mentioned in that clearance at all. Not.
Remember that, folks? They did go over the septic tank, but we haven't heard anything about that for a couple months now, minimum, right? That was probably in the first few weeks they checked that septic tank. And it was at Nancy Guthrie's house. It was not at Annie and Tommaso's house, right? That was Nancy's house, I believe.
Once. When you strip away everything else and look only at what the physical evidence tells us, a very specific architecture emerges from this crime. This operation required two things that almost never exist in the same person. First, intimate insider knowledge, the home layout, the camera system, and specifically that it was not recording. The gate, Nancy's daily routine, her medication, and the conditions it treated. Her daughter Savannah's international travel schedule for the Winter Olympics. The family's real financial picture underneath the public perception of television wealth. That knowledge cannot be acquired by watching a house from a parked car. A stranger casing that property from the street can learn when the lights go on and off. A stranger cannot learn that the Nest cameras are essentially decorative. A stranger cannot learn the specific dollar amount that represents the outer limit of what Savannah Guthrie could actually move quickly. That knowledge lives inside the family, and it lives inside people who have spent years sitting adjacent to it at dinner tables and in living rooms. Second, the physical willingness and the documented capability to enter a home at 1:47 in the morning, confront a conscious and terrified woman, control her.
Dale, with the fact check, which is good, he said February 8th, Sunday, February 8th, the feds checked Nancy Guthrie's septic tank. So not Annie and Tommaso's, Nancy's on February 8th, which was a Sunday. Thank you for that, Dale.
Administer a sedative and carry her out. An 84-year-old woman, yes, but Sheriff Nanos called her a woman of great sound mind. She did not cooperate willingly. She had to be physically managed. She had to be carried. She could not walk 50 yards on her own, which means the person who took her had to support her entire body weight through that house and out the front door. That is not something an insider with 20 years of dinner table knowledge necessarily has the documented willingness to do. But a man with documented burglary and robbery convictions does. One person provides.
So this video is basically pointing the finger at Dominic Evans. Now, do I agree with that? I don't think there's enough proof to say that. So I'm going to hold off on what this video is saying, but that's what the video is saying.
Provides the blueprint. Intimate, architectural, financial, logistical. Everything required to plan this operation from the inside out. That person never needs to be at the scene. His entire value is the knowledge he carries. He goes home, he builds an alibi that consists entirely of not being anywhere suspicious. The operative walks through a gate that was left open for him. He approaches a camera he has been told is not recording. He moves through rooms he has been given the layout of in advance. He brings a sedative because he was told exactly what medical conditions he would be dealing with. And a 19-year musical partnership provides exactly the model of silent coordination that kind of operation requires. As of this recording, Nancy Guthrie has been missing for more than 100 days. She is 84 years old. She has a pacemaker implanted in her chest. She requires daily medication for conditions that become life-threatening without it. Her pacemaker recorded a cardiac spike at 1:47 in the morning on February 1st. The clinical signature of a conscious person who is suddenly overwhelmed with terror. Nancy was not asleep when that masked figure appeared on her porch. A person taken from deep sleep does not produce that kind of cardiac spike at the precise moment a threat appears outside the front door. Her heart confirmed she was awake, she was conscious, and she was terrified. In the minutes that followed, her heart rate stayed elevated. The rhythm showed irregularities that forensic cardiologists associate with sustained extreme emotional distress. Whatever entered that house at 1:47 did not leave quickly. It stayed, and Nancy's body recorded every second of it. Approximately 15 to 20 minutes into the 41-minute window, the accelerometer data changed in a way that stopped investigators in their tracks. The movement pattern shifted from voluntary to passive. Not Nancy walking, not Nancy moving from room to room, Nancy being transported, being carried by someone else. And the character of that movement was consistent with one specific thing: being placed inside a vehicle and driven away. And then, in the final 10 to 15 minutes before contact was lost at 2:28 in the morning, the most...
By the way, Shadow says to remind you all to like the video because likes are free. Spank the like button. Leave your DNA of choice in the like button. You can throw Shadow a like vest the same way Brian Hooker should have to Lynette Hooker, but did not. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Tell a friend or five about the flock of black sheep. If you're lurking, say hello to Black Sheep Nation / the flock of black sheep. And as always, super chats, super stickers, becoming a channel member, or gifting channel memberships, great way to support the channel. When you're a member, you have access to the members only live streams. And all of the support helps me pay for Shadow the Night Owl's soy-free hootie snacks. Because again, I caught him watching Clavicular the other day, and he was thinking about starting to inject some peptides. And I said, nope, we go natural, Shadow. And he said, all right. So he'll take advice from me sometimes too. And I listen to him on some things as well. And thank you very much for all the support out there as well.
Disturbing finding in the entire pacemaker analysis. The natural beat-to-beat variation in a conscious person's heart rate began to decrease in a specific pattern that has one clinical meaning and one meaning only: pharmacological sedation. Someone administered a drug to Nancy Guthrie in the final minutes before that pacemaker lost contact with the outside world. An 84-year-old woman with a chronic heart condition. A pacemaker keeping her heart in rhythm. And someone bought a sedative specifically for her. You do not accidentally have medical-grade sedatives on your person. You do not stumble across them. You plan for them. You research them. You acquire them specifically for this purpose. You bring them with intent. At 2:28, the connection stopped. Not because Nancy's heart stopped, because the vehicle she was in had driven far enough from her home that the bedside monitoring unit could no longer reach the pacemaker's signal. At 2:28 in the morning of February 1st, 2026, Nancy Guthrie was alive. Her heart was beating. The device inside her chest confirmed it. And the internal memory of that pacemaker has been recording every single heartbeat since that moment. Every second of everything she has experienced in these 100+ days is stored inside a device the size of a small matchbox, implanted in her chest. All of it is there, waiting. Here is the truth about where this investigation stands right now. The FBI does not hold press conferences to announce progress on an active investigation. They hold press conferences when they need something from the public. When they released the doorbell footage on February 10th, they needed tips. They needed someone who recognized that build, that moustache, that backpack. What they said publicly was the minimum required to generate those tips. What they have not said publicly is everything else. Cell tower data from the Tucson area on the night of January 31st and the morning of February 1st has been subpoenaed. That data shows every phone that...
Hark! What have we here, Chatty Cathy? Shadow says, I think I smell a hootie snack. And Chatty Cathy sent you a hootie snack, Shadow. How about that? For one tiny snack, she says. Well, Shadow and I love even one small tiny snack, she says, and he says. So thank you very much for that, Cathy. And Brian, I'm looking for this guy's sources in the description. They're not there. I don't know if he removed them or what. But thank you again, Kathy. Shadow and I appreciate that.
Connected to towers near Nancy Guthrie's home during the abduction window, including phones belonging to people who claim to have been somewhere else that night. Purchase records for Ozark Trail backpacks at Tucson area Walmart locations have been pulled. Cash purchases at Walmart are captured on store security cameras. Those cameras have footage retention policies. If that backpack was purchased recently enough, that footage still exists somewhere. And the genetic genealogy investigation is active.
So here's the thing about the pacemaker, right? When it's connected to the transmitter, you'll see information about the waves from the pacemaker. Outside of that, once it's disconnected from the transmitter, you can't get any more information until you actually get the physical pacemaker. And to get that, you would need to find Nancy Guthrie. So yes, I didn't think you would be able to learn anything from just finding the pacemaker while it's disconnected, but I was mistaken about that. You can. They can pull data from it, but they have to find it. And to find it, at this point now, you have to find Nancy. So that would be the biggest thing, right? Finding Nancy would be the biggest thing. The pacemaker would be an afterthought at this point. They would just think about it in terms of, can it help them catch someone? Maybe. I mean, figuring out exactly. It just depends, right? It depends on what kind of data you can pull from it, from just the pacemaker. I'm not exactly sure what it would read. Right, Rooster?
CC Moore and the team at Palabon Nanolabs.
Our surgical nurse, Bella, she answers all of my pacemaker questions. And I haven't seen Some Days You Gotta Dance. She's the woman that sent me the poem that I read a while back. Her name is Reagan. I haven't seen her for a minute, so I should probably reach out to her.
Have cracked cases where the suspect had no CODIS profile, using nothing more than a partial match with a distant relative. The Golden State Killer had no profile in any criminal database. Genetic genealogy found him anyway, because his relatives were in a consumer database. 2 DNA profiles from 2 unknown males sit in an FBI lab right now. Those profiles are being run against every genealogy database available to investigators. The moment a relative surfaces, the family tree gets built. The tree leads to a name. The name...
And by the way, folks, Bella's not here, but the chat, the flock of Black Sheep Nation, should send her some good vibes. There are some things that she's been going through the last several months, so Shadow and I would appreciate it if you send her some good vibes.
Leads to a warrant. And warrants do not require cooperation. The FBI has not named Dominic Evans as a suspect. But the FBI also never publicly named Joseph DeAngelo as a suspect in the Golden State Killer investigation, until the day they arrested him in his driveway. The FBI matched the doorbell footage, not perfectly, not conclusively, not yet. But they built a physical profile from 44 seconds of recovered footage that points to a specific person in a specific city with a specific criminal history and a specific 19-year relationship to the family at the center of this case. Every data point in that profile matches Dominic Aaron Evans. Every single one. I am not telling you he did this. Law enforcement has not told you he did this. What I am telling you is that the evidence in this case follows a path. And that path does not lead away from Dominic Evans.
Hark the angels herald sing, says Shadow. Mike, thank you very much for the super chat here, Mike. Garage door up, 948, door down, 950. Nancy with bad back and uses a cane. Would you get out of car and escort her into house? You would have thought so, right, Mike? You would have thought so. Now, maybe Nancy insists, no, I don't need help. Maybe. But as a guy, I think you would walk her to the door, right? You would let her, you would guide her there at the very least. So, I mean, what we know is if the phone and the pacemaker were always together, maybe it could have been staged. But again, her phone was found at home, right? So that would be true if the phone wasn't found at home, I believe. And we went over this last week too, I think it was. But could you open the garage door remotely? Now, there are ways to do that, right? Now, did Nancy have the capability to do that? I don't know. So, I don't know. I fall into the, I don't think it was staged category. But I do think it was separate nights, January 11th, and then the night of the abduction, January 31st. And I always say, I think it was connected to someone knew Nancy, someone that knew her, I think was involved. And I think a lot of it was a punishment for Savannah Guthrie. I don't think it was for ransom. I think they did what they wanted to do. I think it was a hit. And if it wasn't that, it was the most foolish way to try to get a ransom I've ever heard of. But hey, sometimes people can be fools, so we'll see. But again, how foolish are they if they haven't gotten caught? Or would you really believe it's just devil's luck they haven't gotten caught? I don't know. But thank you very much, Mike. Shadow and I appreciate the super chat. Shadow says hello to the owls of Harper Ferry.
It leads toward him. Nancy Guthrie is 84 years old. There is a device in her chest that has been counting her heartbeats since 2:28 in the morning on February 1st. That device is still counting right now as you watch this video. Time matters. If you have any information related to this case, the FBI tip line is 1-800-CALL-FBI. The website is tips.fbi.gov. The reward is $50,000 from the FBI. Savannah Guthrie has added $1 million of her own money on top of that. Someone knows where Nancy is. Someone always does. We were wrong.
What an abrupt ending.
To minimize.
So now, let's check out Monk's most recent video. 2 days ago now. He's doing pretty well on this channel.
The county sheriff's office began laughing at.
I'd like to propose an exercise in the comment section that should prove.
So this is Monk's Intrigue. Make sure you go check him out, support his work if you haven't already. Make sure you like this video because likes are free. Subscribe to the channel. Smack that like button or spank it, whichever you prefer. Say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat. And as always, super chat, super stickers, and becoming a channel member. Great ways to support the channel. Help me pay for Shadow the Night Owl soy-free hoodie snacks. And usually I go live between 10 and 10:30 p.m. Eastern, though I was later tonight for sure. But I talk about true crime, current events, and psychology, and I use my experience with addiction, mental health, narcissistic abuse, narcissistic family systems, and being on the autistic spectrum. I use those unique insights to give my unique perspective on those things. And as always, thank you very much for all the support that Shadow and I get. We wouldn't be here without y'all.
Very fruitful in using simple logic based on this.
What do we have here, Shadow? Arwen. Long time no see, Arwen. How are you? She got 3 owls there. You see them? Shadow says, I like those owls. So thank you very much for the super chat, Arwen. Shadow and I are very grateful for that. 3 owls. One of those owls might be the Tootsie Roll Pop owl. And Shadow says hello to them too. But glad to see you again, Arwen. We missed you.
This simple fact. So when there is something we know should exist in an investigation and the authorities just have not made it public for whatever reason, it is something they believe is very important to hold close to their vest to protect the integrity of the case, to not compromise any leads or evidence. And I'd like to present to you some of the things I find intriguing that they left out that we can ponder on. You know, what exactly could or should that mean? Now, I'm only going to touch on a few of these things because there's a lot of these things. And the challenge for you guys is to touch on the ones that make you scratch your head and why they don't just tell us. I'm just going to tell you the first glaring thing that happened early on in the case, and that would be the absence of the families, which we believe to be Annie, the 911 call to police, right? The initial one. The same reason holds true with a 911 call in an ongoing investigation, okay? They're not going to release that to protect the integrity of that investigation because maybe the family said something that the authorities deemed crucial to keep under wraps. But there's also something that I learned about in the handling of 911 calls in an ongoing investigation, high-profile investigations, I should add, that partial and redacted versions of the phone call being released actually does happen, which is why so many professionals and pundits, if you've seen them as well, have asked why nothing has been released other than that dispatch call.
All units, and copy a safe alert. It's going to be authority from Pima County Sheriff's Office, last name at Skyline Drive in Campbell. Occurred on yesterday's date at 12:15 hours. Subject last name of D. Guthrie, first of Nancy. Date of birth 1/27 of 1942. 84-year-old white female, 5'4", 150, brown and blue. Last name wearing unknown clothing description. Subject was not seen at church and family went to the residence, and subject was not at home. All personal belongings, including a 1021 and wallet and vehicle, were still there. Subject is nowhere to be found. Subject suffers from limited mobility and has medication scheduled to follow up and needs daily. If located, check for 20 and contact Pima County Sheriff's Office. Again, last name at Skyline and Campbell in Tucson. And a safe alert at 12:35.
Now, I would think most of you guys know the Corey Richens case, okay? It gained a lot of publicity, not as much as the Nancy Guthrie case, but it gained a lot of media attention as well. And that full 911 call was never released as well in her case up until the trial.
Look at her. But this is her, I guess, with a little bit of makeup and about, what, probably 5 to 7 years ago, probably.
This year in 2026. And just in case you didn't know, she
looks like a completely different person there.
was convicted of spiking her husband's drink, alcoholic drink called the Moscow Mule, with fentanyl, which killed him. And let's just put it this way, okay?
Shadow has PTSD from when Corey tried to poison Shadow with fentanyl. And Shadow also told me that Corey's mother, you got to watch out for her too, apparently. So we had to raise money for Shadow's Narcan the nights we went over that case. Shadow didn't like that very much. Shadow's also not really a fan of her defense lawyer either. Shadow said, I probably could have done a better job at giving her a defense than her. But he said, given that, I'm glad the prosecution won the case, Shadow said.
If Corey Richens, is it Rikens? Corey Rikens or Richens? Things I should look up beforehand. Sorry. If her 911 call was released earlier, I think more people would have had to second guess her innocence even before her trial. Now, I had the honor of teaching Chris and Josh, when I got to be on the interview room, the term uncanny valley. That's basically when you look at something that is supposed to be human, but you just have this feeling that that is not human. Okay, so that is uncanny valley. Now, when you listen to Corey's 911 call, I would say that that is kind of the vocal version of uncanny valley.
Phone number in case it got disconnected. 435-671-4987. Okay, it's going to be in Francis. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath. What's going on? I don't know. I was sleeping in with my kids. I just came in our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold. Who's cold? My husband. I keep the light on. He's not breathing? He's not breathing? No. I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing? No. Okay, can you do CPR? No. You don't know. I'm going to tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR? Yeah. Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
I will say, at least for me, when I heard it played in court, there was just something that didn't sound natural. Something forced, a lot of whimpering, that's for sure. And there was just not enough panic for such a dire situation. Okay, so, and she even hesitated. She stalled to give her husband CPR.
Yeah, the yes was a little hesitated. Do you think that was a performance and the Emmy Award, an Emmy Award performance?
And in my opinion, the whimpering from Annie when she walked out with Tommaso and Savannah had a bit of the same ring to it for me.
Oh, see what Monk is doing here. He's saying, can you imagine that Corey Richens whimpering that was fake, and then the Annie Guthrie whimpering here, is what Monk says. What say you all, chat? Shadow's curious. What do you think? So let's hear it again. Well, originally.
For me. Now, if Annie's 911 call had a similar tone to that of the sounds that she made while walking down the driveway, then I guess I could say that, or maybe she had a similar tone to the Corey Richens call, then I can see where a lawyer would probably fight tooth and nail to make sure that 911 called is sealed up. Now, here's something else that I looked up, and I think we should all find it very interesting, okay? That releasing redacted versions, at least withholding some of the key stuff, is actually fairly common because in many jurisdictions, 911 calls are actually treated as public record. And before you ask, yes, Pima County does treat 911 calls exactly that way, as public record. So that should tell us authorities do believe that it could interfere with the case. Now, the next thing that I'm going to touch upon is bizarre. It's a glaring omission in a case such as this one. And it's the sheer lack of any type of interviews with pertinent parties, such as Nancy's church group that made the call to Annie that morning. You know, early on, I was already picturing and awaiting these interviews, already picturing a news camera aimed at these ladies as they gave their stories of what happened that morning.
But here's the thing about that. If the pacemaker was out of Nancy, right, the only way Nancy couldn't be there if the phone is home. They found Nancy's phone at home. The only way it's still connected to it is they would have had to taken it out. If Nancy wasn't there and within whatever the range is from the transmitter, which isn't very long, which isn't very far, so it would have had to have been taken out, I feel like, for it to still have been not connected until that point if she wasn't there. That's what I'm saying.
But what happened? Did someone make them all sign a non-disclosure agreement? All right. Now, these ladies, I'm sure, are not hard to find, and I would imagine probably anxious to share their story if it could help find their friend, right? And I've mentioned this in a prior video, that there has been absolutely no one besides Savannah to give testimony on behalf of Annie and Tommaso, to share even a nice story, to even share a bad story. Just nothing. I mean, do they have absolutely no friends, no acquaintances? Or did that big bad NDA guy get to all of them? We're 100 days in, and that narrative still has not changed. This, dare I say, is atypical. Okay? Character assessments would be something that reporters are dying to gather. People that can build the characters in this case for them definitely are sought out by reporters. But in the Nancy Guthrie case, not a peep. So I found this parade interview, and it was done just a couple of weeks ago, and it had Brian Enton, and he said himself that family has asked close friends and acquaintances to keep things private for now. Now, I will say Brian is a reporter first and foremost. I mean, he's not there to stir the pot, so to speak, which makes him a trusted figure on both sides of the camera, right? But even he had to remark that this is not common by adding, which is different than other cases. How organized is this starting to feel to you? Now, while we're on the subject, we know that the police must have interviewed Annie and Tommaso, correct? Being as they are admittedly the last known people to see Nancy alive. Now, considering how many times the FBI and maybe even Pima County have visited their homes, I'm sure, many conversations have been had with them directly. Now, hopefully that initial interview when Nancy was first reported missing wasn't done in the same room, but it was handled by Pima County. So guess what? I am not too hopeful of that. If and when they release that affidavit, might actually hinge on if they place someone in handcuffs. Just imagine how fascinating those interviews will be for us to read. However, a redacted version could be released if there are enough requests, coming into Pima County and they felt like it. Okay, so if you caught them on a good day and they just gave you a redacted version, wouldn't that be nice? Something that would further this process along possibly would be when Nanos gets ousted. The new sheriff might see things differently and allow it. But I also heard that the new sheriff would just be the underling of the old sheriff, and they might share the exact same values. Okay, class, with a show of hands, how many of you guys remember hearing that Nancy's church friends grew concerned when she didn't show up for their church meetup and called family? Okay, and this would happen at roughly 11 a.m. we're assuming that they are calling Annie, right? But 11 a.m. Now, who remembers that they didn't go over to Nancy's until 11:56? That's me. That's the story I initially heard. I fact checked it left and right. And that's the story I kept getting, which was always a point of concern for myself. Who in the world doesn't immediately bolt out the door when you can't reach your elderly mother who lives alone? Now, there should be numerous missed phone calls on Nancy's phone as they are heading over to the house. Okay. But apparently, they didn't get to the house until 11:56 a.m.
So again, even if Nancy was like by the house until 2:28 a.m., they had 10 hours, almost, 9 hours almost of free reign to get wherever they needed to go or wherever they were going. So either a 9-hour head start or longer. I mean, even just 9 hours is a long time too. So
that's at least 50 minutes of inaction. And this has always been troubling for a lot of us, right? But I imagine that it could be explained away as people just living their lives. They're not going about their day expecting the worst, right, to happen to their mom or their mother-in-law, okay? Maybe Nancy is known not to be attached to her cell phone at all times. So I actually never paid that 50-minute gap too much mind because there's too many possibilities that could be explained away by a couple that are at their house. Heck, maybe Tommaso had a stomach ache and he couldn't go, but he really wanted to go with Annie, whatever, right? So they arrive at the house 50 minutes later at 11:56. This is the story and timeline that I heard. Okay, so they spend the next 7 minutes searching around the house and they do not like what they see. And they call the police at around 12:03. The police arrive at around 12:15. Solid. That's what I've always been led to believe. Now, if you remember that, then I'm not totally crazy by myself. Who here just watched the interview room live called Why the Delay on Mother's Day? Okay, where Chris and Karen had their sources confirm that Annie and Tommaso actually arrived shortly after the church friends called them. And that was around 11 a.m., which I tells you is a way more problematic timeline.
Okay. At first he said, kind of maybe around there, but then later on, and I clipped it. He says 11 a.m. the family gets there and they search for a little while before, anything. And then they called 911. So we chased that angle down and we confirmed it 1,000%. It's 11 a.m. Okay. And so now we've been told that that's when the girlfriends called. Okay. Well, it's actually before that. It's got to be. Because they were on scene within that 4-mile radius to get to the house, like you're talking about, Bob, to look for mom. Okay. Now, could it be 11:01, 11:05, whatever? Yeah. Okay. It could be. All right. Just for the chat. But it is a minimum of potentially 56 to 63 minutes, right? Before the 911 call is made. And we just showed, that's a long time. That's a really long time to be looking for your mom and not calling 911 right away.
So that 50 minutes was now at Nancy's house? That is a wild amount of time that the interview room panel tried to tackle. Another very interesting redaction is how Annie and Tommaso got into that house. And if you think about it, okay, the only method of getting into that house without immediately being alarmed, is through the garage. And even then, now we know that the back gates were propped open. And that's in view of them because those gates open outwardly. Okay, so even if they're going through the garage, that's in their line of sight. But we're going to say they just don't see it. And they're going to go in the house. But the moment they go into the house, right, they're entering the kitchen area. And that's where those back doors were propped wide open. Another source of concern that they cannot avoid. So one of them goes outside to see if she's there. The other one stays inside the house and is calling Nancy's name or calling mom, heading straight to her room. And you don't find her there. Okay. You head back to the kitchen where your spouse tells you that the back gates are propped open as well. And Nancy is nowhere to be found. Ladies and gentlemen, as long as it has taken me to tell you this little scenario is probably the same amount of time for Annie and Tommaso to realize that something is terribly wrong. And from what we can tell, this is not a 50-minute video thus far. We know that they're not taking this time to call family because that will come hours later. And I haven't even entered the main source of concern yet, the blood on the front porch. So what do you do for the next 45 minutes? Annie said that she called all the hospitals. And Tommaso, who looks pretty spry from this Mark the Shark clip, should be canvassing, more of the property as Annie is calling the hospitals. So let's say 20 minutes goes by to do all this. That still leaves 15 minutes. And I could imagine Tommaso in those 20 minutes, he's going to be all around the property, most likely looking for an injured Nancy. Well, now he's going to see some busted floodlights. Maybe he'll notice the missing camera on the casita. But what about that front porch? He had to have come across that front porch, the missing Nest doorbell camera. At that point, there should be no more hoping that she had just wandered off or went to the hospital. You call the police right away. However, another 15 minutes is left on the clock before that call is actually made. Okay? And that's the problem. It's problematic. And I'm sure their initial interviews should clear this right up if we ever get our grubby paws on it. But as of now, whichever route we are going, okay, if we're going to the 11:56 angle as a time of their arrival or the 11 a.m. one, as we've heard from the interview room, both are very troublesome. A bit too casual because of the amount of time that has gone by when you can't reach your 84-year-old mom who should be somewhere, right? She should be at a place that she went to every Sunday, and she is not there. It almost feels like Nancy's church friends were more concerned about her, to me at least, than A&T. Then, of course, you have to deal with the phantom cars, the phantom routes, which I am almost definite that Pima County and the FBI 100% knows by cell phone triangulation alone. Every route, home and back, by Nancy. Okay. Now, why we're not allowed to know the route that Nancy was taking back home that night by Tommaso is a bit puzzling, because that shouldn't be vital information that only the culprit knows, that the kidnapper wouldn't be involved in that aspect of the story, right? Okay. Not vital information is what I'm trying to say, which leaves us armchair and lawn chair detectives to wonder why this is not released. Okay. We start thinking things like, was the route Nancy took home so off the beaten path that it would definitely look suspicious? Okay, so Pima County, okay, if you just tell us the route that Tommaso took Nancy home, because there are several to choose from when you Google that path, then it would actually alleviate a lot of speculation. And isn't that a good thing? Isn't that what Sheriff Nanos wants? If he did take her home on the most practical route, then there's nothing to hide. And authorities can even say, based on Nancy's cell tower triangulation, that they know for certain that her cell phone got home. And since it never disconnected from her pacemaker, which should not be disconnected from Nancy, then we know that Nancy got home that night, just like Tommaso said. And that would debunk so many theories, especially the one that suggests that Nancy never got home that night. Okay, but they haven't thought to do this, leading us to believe that this route actually affects the integrity of the case. Now, I'm just going to leave this here, and I'm actually hoping to read some very fascinating essays, as well as more things that you guys can add that you guys have been concerned about that the authorities just have not released yet. And hey, sorry to give you homework, but it's fun homework, right? So for everybody that appreciates the Zodiac, part 4 should...
Well, make sure you check out Monk's channel there. He has some interesting theories. I give Monk credit for at least thinking and trying to put things together, which is more than I can say for some folks out there in the YouTube world. Oh, all these stinking... So many members. Oh, members first. I guess that's different than members only.
This is The Big Breakdown, a long look back at some of the biggest stories we're covering for you at the Hidden Killers podcast and True Crime Today. This is Hidden Killers Live with Tony Bruschi and Robin Drake.
We got a lot to talk about this morning. We are diving back into the Nancy Grace, or the Nancy Guthrie, disappearance, and where it's all at. There's been so many questions over the last 5 months now, which is what we are going on to, and not enough answers. One of the strangest things about the Nancy Guthrie case is how inconsistent the offender behavior appears. Whoever approached that house allegedly came prepared enough to conceal identity, carry a weapon, and interfere with surveillance equipment. But at the same time, the behavior around the ransom communications, the digital trail, the apparent lack of clean operational...
So this is Tony Bruschi. For those who don't know, make sure you support his work. He is a friend of the channel, as is everyone we play, by the way. They're all friends to the channel, whether it's Tony Bruschi, Brian Records, or Brian Netton, Ashley Banfield, Law and Crime Network, Matt Johnson, you name it. They're all friends. Nancy Grace, Megyn Kelly. But please remember to like the video because likes are free. Spank the like button. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Tell a friend or 5 about the flock of black sheep here and tell them how we have a grand old time in here on the weekend nights. Super chat, super stickers, and becoming a channel member or gifting memberships. Great ways to support the channel. They help me pay for Shadow the Night Owl soy-free hootie snacks. Becoming a member gives you access to the members-only live streams. And thank you very much for all of the support I've been getting so far. And most importantly, thank you to the flock of black sheep. And say hello to them out there if you're out there lurking.
Control feels a bit messy. This lane is about the contradiction at the center of the case. Are investigators dealing with someone highly organized or someone just organized enough to be dangerous? We're going to tackle that, who this person might be, What sort of damage has been done to the case already, and what can be done moving forward in 3 different parts today. Jennifer Coffindaffer, retired FBI special agent, joining me to break all this down. Jen has been on this case from day one, and over on Break the Case, your podcast and your YouTube channel. I know you have been so deep into this almost every single day, and I've really wanted to get back with you on that and just kind of do a recap, kind of a reconvening here, where things are at right now and where they might be going. And let's just kind of go back towards the beginning. The suspects, as we know, allegedly understood enough to target a camera system. There was a camera there. We saw what he...
We see Jen in this outfit a lot now. Is Tony just repackaging the same video? Or is this her go-to interview outfit now on Tony Bruschi? I don't know. Her tennis/golf outfit. Shadow's curious.
He did with the greenery. Camera goes out. Apparently not, though, enough to understand the back-end cloud recovery might still preserve footage. And there's been back and forth about that. And that seems to be the big piece everybody talks about because there's not enough other pieces to talk about. So let's talk about it. It's a weird middle ground. Does that suggest that this was somebody who was having some sort of technical familiarity with how the camera works, or somebody who's sophisticated, or somebody who grabbed some greenery and got rid of the camera? All of these 5 months in, where do you sit on the interaction that the masked man had with Nancy's doorbell camera?
Well, when you look, and such a great question, when you look at this, the way he skulks up, and we know he was there on a prior date, or at least it would appear probably January 11th that he was there without his gun, without the backpack, different shoes, different shirt. And he's right up there on that porch. And so he definitely did some sort of...
So Shadow says it's 1:11 a.m. Eastern, 111. So make a wish. Make a wish. 111 on the East Coast, but don't tell us what it is.
Surveillance. He knows exactly where that camera is. He puts his head down, and as he approaches, I think it is clear that he has a mission, and that's to pull it off. But to your deeper question, so what's his technical capability? Did he think pulling off that camera would suffice without a subscription? And that is, if we are to understand that he somehow is related enough to know there wasn't a subscription. Tony, I got to tell you that Sheriff Nanos and many others didn't think there was any way to get that coverage without a subscription. It's a minor miracle that Google and the FBI worked together to pull that on day 10. It really, really is. I don't know if...
And that's a blunder right there by Sheriff Nanos, honestly, to not realize that was possible. That's just one of the several reasons why you let the FBI in. They know more. They have superior manpower, superior equipment. They know things you don't know. But that's where ego gets in the way. That's where the desire to micromanage gets in the way. That's where his vindictiveness got in the way. But if you put your ego aside and say, hey, I don't know it all. I don't know it all. A closed mind can't learn new things. So Sheriff Nanos didn't do that. And if he did do that, maybe they get that footage even sooner. Or not maybe, they would have. They would have gotten that footage sooner.
If people can really appreciate the millions and millions and millions of photos and video that would be written over and over and over again like an onion, and the fact they were able to pull any of it. I thought this was really interesting when Kash Patel said very recently, a couple of days ago, that, geez, if we could have been pulled into the investigation on day 1 instead of day 4, we could have maybe gotten more. Because again, that...
What did I just say? That's exactly what I just said, right? If they were there sooner, who knows what they would have gotten? Maybe they would have found way more DNA. Now we'll never know. But it's a shame. That's what I'll say. Shadow and I say it's a shame.
Onion was just being layered on top of. So I thought that was really interesting.
And I want to get into that in our second segment about the damage that may have been already done and some of the things that Cash has said. Let's talk about this a little bit more because I think there's still a lot of confusion as to understanding the camera itself and what it has caught over the course of time. I know there has been talk that did he show up 2 different times? Was there surveillance going on? Give us some insight here. Refresh me on this. Do we know for a fact that he did show up at 2 different dates and that we have 2 different images that we've seen from this camera that were not from the same evening that she disappeared?
So initially when I saw that, I thought it could have been the same night, but that he wasn't rigged up yet, geared up. Then as more and more information came in, I do believe it's a different night, and I do believe it's the 11th. Why do I think that? A couple of supporting factors. Number one, Savannah says that. She specifically put out a statement and says the 11th is important. The night of the 31st is important, which is also interesting. And then the other thing that is, to me, factual, what I can put my eyes on and say is different, appears to be the lighting. So on the 1st, when she was abducted, at that time frame, there was a full moon. The 11th, it was a waning crescent. So a sliverish of a moon, less lighting, and you can see that. In addition, I don't think he would have changed his shirt. If you look closely, his shoes. You can take the backpack and not put the holster on, but I do think it's going to be likely a separate day.
If it was 2 nights and he did surveil and he looked at, okay, here's the entryway. What does that mean for the doorbell, though? I mean, it was the fact that he got there, had to turn it. Was this just a stupid, simple oversight? I know I'm still stuck on it, because if this was a 2-night thing and he knew there's a doorbell there with a camera on it, wouldn't you be ready immediately to go right up to that thing and take it out? Not, oh yeah, shit, there's a doorbell. Let me turn around and grab some foliage. Again, unless I'm misinterpreting what the foliage even was to begin with. Was that not to cover it? Was that more of a gripping mechanism? I know we've talked about that as well.
Yeah, when I see it and watch the footage, it looks to me like he 100% knows it's there. He comes in with his head straight down like this and kind of skulks in there. And then he puts his hand over the camera, which is all you would need. You don't need shrubbery. That's going to cover it even less. Right? Not shrubbery. I shouldn't call it that. It's ivy. I believe it's ivy.
Yeah.
But he puts the foliage up. I'm sorry. So he goes like this, and something is happening. And if you look at his gloves, they are so big. They're wrinkled on his hands. And I think he possibly could have had another pair under. I'm unsure of that, but certainly the gloves don't fit. And I surmise that he went to grab that, and
if the gloves don't fit, you must acquit.
He can't get a good grip because the gloves are so big. So he goes back. I don't think the foliage or the ivy is used as concealment. He's got his hand he can just put up there and pull it with the other hand. I think he's having a gripping problem. And part of the reason I believe that is if you look at the mechanism that actually held that camera, it has ivy that's on it, like in it. In other words, ripped so hard that it's in the screws and in the mechanism that held. If you were just having it out here,
I would be curious how former DA Matt Murphy would have prosecuted the O.J. Simpson case. I wonder if he even would have taken it. That's actually a good question to ask Matt Murphy. I would say, hey, how would you have prosecuted the O.J. Simpson case differently? I'm sure he's thought about it. It's in his state, so.
To cover, it would never need to touch that. So for some reason, I think he grabbed it with that ivy. And I don't think he thought it would be so hard to grip and pull.
Yeah, it's almost like we've been almost misinterpreting the purpose of the IV to begin with, if that's what it was for. Let's talk about another element here. Obviously, it's been a big one because it continues to be, I think it continues to make the most noise of everything, because when there's not a lot going on, any little noise that happens is big, and anybody could ring this bell if they so wanted to. I guess if you send an email to TMZ and say you want some money, you'll get some press. If the ransom was truly the objective, the victim selection itself feels a little bit strange. I mean, Nancy was elderly, medically vulnerable, had mobility limitations, and reportedly required medication. Operationally, that's an extremely high maintenance victim. Does the victimology itself undermine this kidnapping for profit narrative? I mean, what's your thoughts here? Was this a kidnapping for profit? What are we thinking the motive was here now that we're 5 months in and have had some time to let some of the dust semi-settle?
Right. So I think it's twofold. I think it's 100% targeted. And I believe that this person, it's personal. So targeted, they want Nancy, they want the family to suffer, they want money, they want public humiliation, and they got it all.
So the only thing I disagree with her on that is the money. I don't think it was money. I think it was punishment, public humiliation, all that. I just don't know if I buy the money motive. But other than that, I agree. Very targeted. And I think it was a hit. That's what I think. And the reason I just don't think it was for money is because of all the ways to get money. I mean, if that's all it was, why would you do it this way? Of all the scams and ridiculousness out there that you can probably do online and have a much better chance of getting away with it. Now, granted, it's not lost on me they've gotten away with it up until this point. But the difference is you get caught with this. This is life in prison. I mean, maybe even the death penalty. A financial crime, probably not going away for life in prison. So I just think of all the ways to get money. Why would you choose this way? Like, for real.
They did it all. They got what they wanted. So when you really add it all up, to me, that's all you can see, because there's no reason. I do believe this. I don't believe that they thought that she, and this is just what I believe, that she expired. I don't believe they thought they couldn't keep her alive long enough to do a demand.
Yeah.
So now she's dead. They have no proof of life. So what do? They're going to go to the media and make this big and make it embarrassing for the family, because now the family, a lot of people believe they're losers for not saving their mom when they're worth $40 million, right? A lot of people are going after this family. It pisses me off, but it's happening. And it's because they put this out here on TMZ.
Yeah.
For millions to see. Why? Why do you do that when you know the family is going to be told by the FBI, you don't pay it unless you have proof of life? And then they beg for proof of life. Then they pray for proof of death. You're right. They beg the people, and then they don't get any of it. So they don't give any money. And look at what people are saying. This people,
because I think they were begging into nothing. They weren't talking to the people that were doing the ransom, because I don't think the people that did the ransom did it. I think they were just opportunistic exploiters. The people that did it, they were never going to reach out to Savannah. It's never, because it wasn't about money. To me, I don't think it was about money. So they were never going to reach out to Savannah. And all the emotional pleas, they're going to fall on deaf ears. I mean, anyone who's willing to do that, they're not high in the empathy department. They're not high in the conscious department, right? So appealing to that side of them is going to get you nowhere. Now, when Ashley Banfield appeals to the financial side for someone to turn them in, I can understand why she's doing that. That's a little bit more of a legitimate motivation for them, speaking their language. But again, snitches do not really have a good track record, and that is what it would be. I mean, I was reading in Matt Murphy's book that there was a woman that she was given the chance to have immunity if she just testified against her boyfriend. But she refused. She was going to get no jail time, and she refused. And this was a double murder case, by the way. And instead she didn't, and she got convicted and went to jail for life. So she's what the kids would say is a ride or die, which, hey, she was a ride or die. Not that common. But if you're a person collecting a ransom, I mean, I do think that puts a target on your back. If it's related to anyone in crime, you're a target. I mean, that just is what it is. To act like that's not the case, I think, is putting your head in the sand.
You ask if they're sophisticated. They're a dichotomy for sure. But you know what, Tony? They've accomplished exactly, I think, what they wanted to accomplish. The Guthrie family suffered, Nancy suffering, likely deceased. They got exactly what they wanted, and they haven't been caught by the FBI yet.
So is this just, I mean, was money ever a motivation? Do you think that was the original plan here and it just went horribly sideways and then they got really angry? Like, damn it, she died. Let's make the family suffer. I mean, it just seems so cartoon villain. I mean, where it's like, oh, I want to make them suffer. They're I mean, that does exist. I mean, we've seen like Koberger and things like that. There's sadistic, horrible human beings out there. I guess they'd have to be that if we're going to go down that road of they're sitting in a corner and they really enjoy what.
Shadow, you smell something? He goes, yeah, I think I do smell something, Jared. What is that? Oh, we have a $5 super chat from Michelle, Shadow. Hootie Snack Fund. Shadow says, we need people to invest in we need people to invest in Shadow's Roth IRA, his Hootie Snack Fund. Got to think of the name for it. What would be the name of your Hootie Snack Fund? The S&H 500 or the H&S 500, the Hootie Snack, the Hootie Snack 500. The H&S 500 is what we'll call it. So thank you for making me think of that, Michelle. So folks, please invest in the H&S 500. The Hootie Snack 500, of course, is what it is. And Shadow says thank you, Michelle, and as do I. Remember out there, likes are free, of course.
Watching other people suffer, and I guess how much of the vehicle is that is driving whatever occurred here?
I think that's what's driving it.
Yeah.
I really do. And if you want a family to suffer, that's what you take away from them. You take away their money if you can. They couldn't. You take away life, and you take away their positive prominence in the public's perception. And, you have people pointing fingers at all the family members. I mean, basically, you have people. I saw a survey, ridiculous. Millions of Americans believe Annie Guthrie and Tommaso are responsible for this.
I know. And it's people will dig into whatever bullshit and it's hard to get them out. I guess, I mean, it's a weird motivation for something like this. I mean, granted, so many cases are weird, but just to inflict pain on people, and that's the goal. I guess why? I mean, why Nancy? I mean, is this something where, and I'm wondering if there's another piece to this that we're not seeing that is in the hands of the authorities or in the hands of somebody. That is there a message that these people wanted to get out, or this person wanted to get out, and that has been delivered to a media outlet, but somebody has said, no, we're not going to put this message out there for you. Were they using this as a vehicle to get attention, is what I'm saying. They got their attention and said, okay, now's the time. The stage is set. I can give my message. And they gave their message and they're like, nope, we're not going to publish that. That would make a little more sense than just, okay, we inflicted pain and damage and suffering and now we disappeared.
Well, have they disappeared? I keep
I don't
asking.
know. Yeah.
I keep asking this question. If you look at the first two ransom notes, clearly law enforcement believed them to be legitimate. They had very particulars in them, what she was wearing, all of this.
Arwen, Shadow is shocked and appalled that you would think I would need to check him for a wire. And she's like, Jared, don't you dare pat me down. What is this? It's like Tony Soprano trying to pat down Big Pussy. No. No. So Arwen, Shadow would never be wired because Shadow knows. Shadow knows. No snitching.
And they would not have orchestrated all of those, the conglomeration of the family coming together to reach out if they didn't believe in them. That's just fact. So
Yeah.
Believed it. And Savannah has said, I believe the first two are real. That's what she believes. And I think that's from the totality of what she knows from law enforcement. So if we're to believe the first two are real, remember there's 6 letters, 6 emails, I should call them. They're not letters, they're emails that went into the servers in 2 different local Tucson affiliates. When that didn't get the play 12 hours later, it goes to TMZ, which of course is going to get the play. They are a huge, that's what they talk about. Celebrities, Savannah's a celebrity, and true crime. You mix that all together, it makes sense to go to TMZ. But not for money. That's not for money. That is for notoriety, control. You think of it as a person who sexually assaults somebody.
Yeah.
They have control of the whole dynamic. And how better way to get control than to send those letters out. But I followed up with this, Tony. There's been about 6 other letters, including 2 that came the day Savannah returned. Right? Returned to the set. And these other letters, nobody has said they're connected. Savannah didn't say these were connected. But riddle me this.
I would be like Christopher finding out Adriana was wearing a wire or working with the FBI. If I ever found out, like, Shadow, I loved you. I loved you, Shadow. How could you wear a wire?
Modus operandi, go into these media outlets. Same Bitcoin, right? They want Bitcoin, not any other cryptocurrency that's named. They have a Bitcoin account set up. We know it's different than the first one. And look at the pain that's inflicted. Savannah goes back and they send 2 more. I'm just saying, law enforcement doesn't know who the 6 emails are from, the first 6. And they don't know who the latters are from. So how could you possibly say they're definitely not interrelated?
If those first emails were legit and there was information on them that only they knew, let's assume that that's what they are for a moment. Because I know there's been a lot of kerfuffle about that too, where it's, well, they could have figured this out by just doing some Googling, doing some AI work, and you can make something sound pretty real, even if it's not. But let's say that there was something there that we're not aware of, that hasn't been published, that, yeah, okay, this clearly has to be the person because only they would know this. Did the FBI give the bad advice? Was that bad advice to say don't pay it early on without proof of life? Now, obviously, you want the proof of life, but if you have such really solid info on this thing that really only they could know, there's coulda, shoulda, woulda, but was that the wrong advice in a situation like this?
Well, my thing is, what's the quid pro quo? You give, but what are you getting back? They disappear with the money. And, looking at this whole Bitcoin, and I mean, I was on a Bitcoin terror for about 3 weeks and had a list on that was so good. The bottom line is, to say that can't be traced is just not correct.
Then why hasn't it been?
What's that?
Well, because she's asking about the Bitcoin. Why hasn't it been traced? Because it has to go to an account. It has to come to a bank account. Just knowing someone's address is anonymous. It has to go to a place where it gets converted to something and then to a bank account, right? That's the only way you can trace it. Just knowing someone's address will get you nowhere. But Shadow says we have a super chat here from Arwen, I think it was. There we are. Arwen, thank you so much, Arwen. Shadow and I say thank you. Palm Beach Pete knows where Nancy is. Does he really? Who's Palm Beach Pete? Or am I dumb for asking? Palm Beach Pete. Maybe. Maybe. Who's Palm Beach Pete, though? Thank you for the super chat, Arwen. Arwen investing in the H&S 500, the Hootie Snack 500, the Hootie Snack Index Fund.
Then why hasn't it been?
Well, there's been no deposit made that's been withdrawn.
Okay.
There's $300, just to see if it worked, I guess. But nobody withdrew that $300. Why do you think nobody withdrew the $300? Because I think they're concerned, if I withdraw, could there have been something, a parameter put into place where I'm going to be traced? Does everybody get where I'm going with this? I mean, there are a lot of Bitcoin cases that have been solved, and the end user has been identified. That's why I keep saying, tickle the freaking wire.
Well, at this point, would it even work? I mean, at this point, if there's still...
Oh, yeah, I mean, Bitcoin is traceable, right? They can see the address. The point I'm making is, if someone actually wants to cash it out, that's when you'll be able to see it, right? Because right now, how it works in America, there's several exchanges that you can withdraw money into your bank account. Coinbase is one. Kraken is another. Binance USA used to be another, but I don't know if Binance USA is even a functioning exchange anymore. Robinhood supports Bitcoin. So other stock apps will now support Bitcoin. So the point is, someone sends money in Bitcoin. The person gets it in their wallet. Then they have to send it to a place where they can exchange it for USD or whatever currency they want. And then when they do that, that's when they would notice, okay, because right now, if they have that address, if they're smart, they're going to send that address to all the possible exchanges and say, blacklist this address. This is the address that's got hot money. This is the bad BTC address. So they would do that, send it to that, and that's how they could catch them. Now, how they might not get caught is if they have weird ways of cashing out the USD that don't involve an exchange. That would be tougher to get. But if they were also smart, they would wash it. They would try to wash it by trading it into other coins and then making it harder to track. Now, could they still track it? I think so. It would just be harder to keep track of. So Shadow and I know a good chunk about crypto. And also, please make sure you like the video because likes are free. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Someone should let me know how many likes are at here.
Out there they're watching us, they're watching everybody. They know, well, clearly at this point, if I withdraw this, they're going to figure out who I am. I mean, they'd have to find another method, I would think, to try and gain this money. I mean, if they were to suddenly drop, here's $100,000 in this wallet, it's a little more incentive to, well, it's not worth $300 to see if they catch me, but 100,000, million, whatever it may, you want to drop into there, that may make somebody, take a shot at it and see, can I get away with this? I guess, is that worth doing? Why hasn't the FBI done something like that to tickle the wire?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, it's not a certainty that the breadcrumb of the withdrawal would definitely mean.
Well, here's the thing. If you're the criminal, and maybe you're not even connected to the case, you're just trying to be an extorter. You're trying to exploit the situation. I mean, you're not going to risk getting caught for a very small amount. If they send you $500, are you going to risk moving that from the account and then risking getting caught? Probably not. What would be the minimum amount that you would risk getting caught for? 25 grand? 50 grand? 100 grand? I don't know. I don't know what that number is, but she keeps on talking about tickling the wire. It would have to be a meaningful amount for them to even ponder doing it, right? So unless it's going to be a meaningful amount, there's no use in tickling the wire.
victory. In other words,
Yeah.
that they would definitely be exposed, right? There's all these things you can do with these Bitcoin accounts.
Oh, Shadow, we see another investment into the H&S 500, the Hootie Snack 500, the Hootie Snack Index Fund from Sikorsky this time, Shadow. Hey, Jared, I just want you to know, thank you. Appreciate you for talking seriously. And for those who don't know, Shadow and I were speaking to Sikorsky in the members only live chat the other day. And I'm pretty sure we were able to help her out with her situation. We were able to steer her, hopefully, in the right direction. But Shadow and I and the rest of the flock of black sheep were happy to help, of course. And thank you very much for the investment in the Hootie Snack 500. Always appreciated.
And it's literally like back in the day when you did a money drop, or when somebody robbed a bank and had the money, and you're literally tracing, oh, that money was used at JCPenney's. Oh, that money was used for this. And it's a nightmare, but you finally, takes forever, but you can find how it comes out clean. You know, if enough of these breadcrumbs. So it would be a nightmare from what my understanding now is of Bitcoin, because of all these different things. But, you know, you have to be able to make it liquid. Although I don't know if you knew this, but you can use Bitcoin in fast food places now.
Sure.
I mean, a lot of people believe it is our future, is this cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
For what?
Now, that is a way to use it, right? When those businesses realize, oh, wait a minute, this is a hot address. So maybe that would be one way to actually use it without getting caught. I guess, you know, then they would see who received it, right? So they use it from the hot address and it's used at a business, and maybe they'd be able to track from there if there's video cameras in the place. Oh, who did that? So that would be a way to do it. But I doubt that would be their goal. Oh, I'm going to use it at a store. I doubt that.
That's worth. But what I mean is, who cares if you have $100,000 if you can't buy a car with it? So they need to be. So that's just my point. Why hasn't the FBI done it? I think they don't want to set a precedent. By the way, it's already been set abroad.
Could you imagine that this guy gets caught buying a Whopper and fries, or a Big Mac, or a Royale with cheese, in France because of the metric system? And Shadow always says, look at the big brain on Brad. Look at the big brain on Brad.
It's not here that if you don't have proof of life, you pay, right?
Sure.
Because you worry about other people doing that. So I totally understand that. I'm just saying, if you're at a dead end, I would be doing that.
Yeah.
If you're at a dead end.
Yeah. There's just so many questions as to why is this happening? Why is this not happening? And I mean, I don't know. And I don't think anyone does. Your thoughts in the comments section on Substack and YouTube. We'd love for you to weigh in. The links are in the description.
Want more on this case and others? Then press subscribe now and don't miss a moment of true crime.
More super chats. Another investment in the H&S 500 from Mike. Mike investing into the Hootie Snack Fund. Thank you, Mike. Deer are showing their horns now. 10 per day here. So is it rut season between the deer? It's always a cool thing when you see a male deer. In one of my wizard's offices, occasionally I'll see some male deer back there. If you guys seen my short videos by the creek, I call that my wizard's office. And in the wizard's office, we see all sorts of animals sometimes. You got some bees' nests, squirrels, not really beaver. Although in my state, New Jersey, there was a rabid beaver the other day attacking kids. It had rabies. Shadow saw that on the news the other day. Shadow saw it on Facebook and said, Jared, we got to watch out for those rabid beavers by our office. And I said, correct, Shadow. Shadow was looking out for me. So thank you very much for that, Mike. Shadow and I appreciate the super chat. Everyone else, as always, likes are free. Likes are free, and subscribing to the channel is free. So spank that like button and say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat. Yes, Mike has owls that live by him in Harper's Ferry, West Virginia. And Shadow says hello because his cousins are out there. I'm sure, Kathy. That's what the news said. Mike.
Crime coverage from Tony Bruschi and the
After law enforcement arrived, the FBI director publicly criticized the handling of the case. Pima County pushed back. Evidence reportedly went through multiple channels. The public got conflicting narratives about access, timing, and forensic processing. In this section, in this lane, we're going to be talking about something investigators hate discussing publicly, whether institutional friction may have damaged some of the case itself. And I think friction might be putting it nicely. Jennifer Coffendaff, a retired FBI special agent, with us to help break this down. Law enforcement agencies disagree privately all the time. But when an FBI director, now Cash, has come out and publicly implied critical evidence handling was delayed or mishandled, he did this on Sean Hannity's podcast. What does it tell you about the level of frustration behind the scenes here, and just kind of the, I don't know, kind of callous, off the cuff kind of way it was delivered on the Sean Hannity podcast? I mean, it's just, it was, I don't know. I'm not surprised, and I'm not saying it was a bad thing that he said what he said. I think it was very kind of just forthcoming and raw about the case. But it certainly has implications as well. What are your thoughts?
Well, the director of the FBI.
Yeah.
I mean, this is really unprecedented. I've talked about the fact that directors are typically for decades, they were figureheads. They were not in the weeds of investigations. That was trickled down to the assistant directors and then down, of course, to the field agents. Remember, it's the field agents that really have most of the power. They're the ones actually working the cases and making the day-to-day decisions. So to see a director point this out, I thought was huge. I mean, it is the biggest slap in the face that I've probably seen ever in any case when you have a director point that kind of finger. And it's really not even that veiled, Tony, give the implication, like about the DNA and about the issues. You know, I always say this, when you have cracks at the top, you're going to have cracks in an investigation. Having said that, I truly believe the boots on the ground are working well together.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's great investigative work that is going on behind the scenes here. It's just your figureheads are not the greatest, it seems, on this. I mean, and when Cash speaks about this, it makes you go, okay, well, he's not the greatest at decorum to begin with. I mean, is he speaking out of turn? Was that speaking out of turn to say something like that, in your opinion? Was
Rose City, I think Rose City's part of this chat too. She says, I think Nanos didn't want FBI or anyone's help because he thought he would be able to find her easy, just a missing old lady. I think that's part of it. I think really what it was Nanos didn't want the FBI to get the credit. He didn't want to give up any power to the FBI. He wanted to be in control because he still has a grudge and he's vindictive about what happened in 2016. And again, you can always say that's ridiculous, but I think it's absolutely true. He didn't want to give up control, and he's spiteful, so he just did it his way. He's probably blasting Frank Sinatra's My Way on the way home every day from work and singing along with it like carpool karaoke.
Is that a wise move to? And I'm not trying to make this a let's criticize Cash Patel segment, but it just, I don't know. Was that a good move? Is that level of transparency something that is a nice change and we should have more of that? Or is that someone who really just doesn't quite know the ropes and the cause and effect of speaking out in that sort of way, and someone who really wants to be a field agent and really has no true FBI experience, but is now suddenly the director of it and doesn't quite know his role and the cause and effect of the words that come out of his mouth?
Well, I think if you look at what he promised Trump, he said, listen, I'm going to curb violent crime in cities. We're going to deport everyone we possibly can. And we are going to be transparent in terms of things we're doing, at least, the things they decide they want to be transparent about. And he's transparent for sure on this case. So, I think it just depends on your lens. I mean, you're talking right now to a 25-year-old or a 25-year vet of an institution that I just thought so much of. And we did things so differently when I was in. We were so quiet. We just did our work. And in this new age of social media, and it's a whole different can of worms, I think.
How does that affect the operation of the investigation when things?
Yeah, sorry to hear that indeed, Auntie. I don't know when that happened about your son, but Shadow and I want to send you good vibes, and so do the rest of the flock of black sheep here. No parent should ever have to bury their child, so Shadow and I won't pretend to know what that is like, because we don't know. But definitely sending you some love and some good vibes, Auntie.
Things like this are being spoken about publicly. Maybe this is the new norm. Maybe this is how things are going to be going forward, whether it's Kash Patel or whoever is in that position. I don't know. Again, I'm not trying to make this a rip on Kash Patel segment. I'm just trying to understand the dynamics here of what's going on. And if this is how things are being handled now, is this for the better? That's kind of where I'm at. I don't know.
This is the new norm, I think. This is not going away unless they get somebody after Kash Patel. If they hire somebody like a Chris Swecker, who used to be number 2, AD over the entire criminal. If they get somebody like that, you're going to see it go back to more how it used to. He will certainly be, he's a great public speaker, and he'll come out a little bit more. But, he was considered for the job. If you have somebody like that, an old school that was an FBI agent for decades, or at least 10 years, I think, probably 10 years. I don't know. It was a long time. Maybe it was 2 decades. Anyway, nevertheless, you're going to see that. But this is a new age type person. Kash Patel, I mean, he came in, he said, I'm going to get rid of headquarters. He's getting rid of headquarters. I'm going to take everybody from there, and I'm going to put him out in the field. I have to say, he's following through with everything he promised. And we're going to continue to see this. But wow, I think it could have a big effect if he's going to talk about different local offices in this way.
Well, it makes me wonder a little bit. And I'm trying to look at this, with open eyes on every perspective of this, and really kind of take personal opinion and things out of it. In a way, the way that he did call this out, and basically, and I'm just kind of paraphrasing here, but talking about the first, 4 days here, 72 hours of, if we had gotten a call earlier, we had resources. He said he had a plane ready to go. He had all these things that were ready to go, but they weren't launched because they weren't given permission locally to go in and assist. In a way, it kind of puts other departments on notice to a certain extent of, okay, if you think you can handle this and you really can't, let's be smart about this, and let's call in the FBI, and let's use the resources when we should, and not, think we can handle something that we can't. But at the same time, it also does state, I wonder how different this case would be had they been called in sooner. Two different things.
Chat, what do you think they could have found differently? What could they have done differently if the FBI was called in sooner? I think they might have had a better idea on how to collect DNA. They would have had a better idea that they could have even gotten an S-cam footage. Those are just 2 examples off the top of my head. Maybe they find different ways to get footage to find the possible vehicle they left in. Those are just 3 options. But what do you think the FBI could have done differently if they were called sooner? Do you think it would have made a difference? What do you think they would have found? Or how do you think it would have made a difference?
Putting other departments on notice, it seems, and also at the same time, what could have been done differently? What do you think we would be sitting here talking about today had the FBI been involved from the first 24 hours?
Well, first, Tony, I do want to say this, is that when you're talking about a public official, which is exactly what Sheriff Nanos is, right? As opposed to Kash Patel, he's an appointed official. So at any moment, Trump could say you're fired, right? It's a big difference. But I think it is important to be transparent to the public when you're talking about a public official, not in an after action report, although that might have had less issues with this case. So let me make my point more clear because I'm not being clear. Tony, when you come out at the beginning of a case, in the middle of a case, and all of this comes to light, just think of what this has done when you talk about the adjudication of the case, the defense attorneys that are drooling to take this case, because we're watching out publicly what Kash Patel is saying about the screw-ups in the case, right? If you don't have that, if Kash Patel doesn't say anything, if Nanos kept his mouth shut, you just have balls that were dropped that nobody's really going to know about. And my belief, you let everybody know about in the after action. You break it out publicly. Oh my gosh, it was 4 days. It went to the wrong lab. But to do it right now in an ongoing case, I think is more detrimental than the good it does. So that's my take on that.
How should Nanos be responding to this sort of criticism when the interest ultimately for everybody here is finding Nancy Guthrie, dead or alive at this point? But it seems to be we're playing more of a ping pong game of ego. It's not my problem. It's not my problem. If I did this, if I did that, and it's rather than actually, hey, let's look at the ball here and look at the game and figure out what we need to do best. Not, who's swinging something bigger. I mean, that seems to be what this is turning into more than the actual, purpose of the game itself, of finding Nancy.
Well, you're right. I mean, when you look at mainstream media, even social media, even our podcasting, we now have, at least 10 to 25% on Nanos and on the relationship with the FBI, because that is what's front and center is how has an 84-year-old woman with the abductor on camera not been found? Okay.
Yeah.
90 days in, or almost 100. How has that happened? And so that's why you have media, social media, you and me and everybody else going, well, maybe we really need to look at this deeply. And we're seeing all these cracks within the decision-making early on. So I think that that's the genesis for why all of this started, like you said, that we're so off base in terms of Nancy becoming almost an afterthought to the focus right now. And it's really sad, but when you look at it, it's what are the investigators doing behind the scene? And they're still carrying on, no matter what we're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, no matter what the public facing thing is, there are certainly the people on the ground are what matters more than anything else. But I mean, obviously optics are
What happened? Did Jane Coffendorfer see a tennis ball or a squirrel?
extremely important. It just seems the folks in charge don't seem to grasp that concept very well. There's just there's so much to this.
Did you guys see that? The heck happened here? Julie Bug, did you see this? Rooster? Look at this. Ready?
Now. And it's really sad, but when you look at it, it's what are the investigators doing behind the scene? And they're still carrying on, no matter what we're talking about. Yeah.
I mean, no matter what the public facing thing is, there are certainly the people on the ground are what matters more than anything else. But I mean, obviously
Interesting. Maybe nature called? Rooster's probably right. She didn't want to fart on camera. It probably is something silly like that. You're probably right. Or a squirrel, as I said. Right, Dana? But all right. That's enough of Tony Bruschi. So make sure you're supporting Tony Bruschi. Make sure you like this video here. Subscribe to the channel. Spank that like button. Leave your DNA of choice in the like button. And as always, super chat, super stickers, and becoming a channel member. Great ways to support the channel. Help me to pay for Shadow the Night Owl's Hootie Snacks, soy-free Hootie Snacks. They are also investments in the H&S 500, the Hootie Snack 500. We have a Roth Hootie Snack 500 that is tax-free. The Roth version of the Hootie Snack 500 is PayPal and Venmo. Because YouTube, the O-tobes. But here's the question now. Do we want to watch the video about Dr. Gary Picotto or Dr. Ann Burgess? Suspect exposed, Mindhunter solved the case, or Dr. Gary Picotto went inside the suspect's house? Which one? Which do you think? No, she didn't come back before it ended. The Hootie Snacks annuity. Mike, thank you for the super chat, Mike. Is that a race? The Hootie 5. Remember the Hooters car? Alan Kowicki? I can still remember the NASCAR drivers' names from the Winston Cup. And of course, the most classic NASCAR name of all time, Dick Trickle. Real story. Real driver, the Dick Trickle vehicle. That's really a thing. Look it up if you don't believe me. So yeah, the Hootie, the H&S 500 is the Hootie Snack 500. So thank you for that, Mike. And let's see what we got here.
Passing, but 92%. That is not a theory. That is not someone's opinion. That is a number pulled from decades of FBI data, from thousands of homicide cases, from the most comprehensive research into violence.
So Ellie, Ann's topic is suspect exposed. And Dr. Ann Burgess walked through the suspect's home. Ann's video has more views than the Dr. Picotto one. Oh, we got another investment in the H&S 500, the Hootie Snack 500 from Sikorsky. Jared Mello, thank you. Let's watch Gary, she says. I'm like, all right, Sikorsky. We will watch some Gary. Or video about Gary, I should say. Shadow and I say thank you very much. I like him, Ellie. I agree with you. Oh, Sikorsky, Dale Earnhardt. Dale Earnhardt was number 3. He was my favorite because I loved the black car. The black with white. I used to sit there as a 5-year-old kid and I would watch the entire race on Sundays. I can't even imagine doing that now. But thank you very much, Sikorsky.
Violent crime ever conducted in the United States. And Dr. Gary Picotto, one of the most credentialed forensic psychologists working in America today, sat down with Brian Entin and said that number out loud in the context of Nancy Guthrie's case. And when he did, everything changed. Not because the number is...
I know Mark Martin, the number 6 Mark Martin. And he had the red number 6, and then he went to the Valvoline number 6, right? That was classic era. Brings back the memories. With Ricky Rudd, Kyle Petty, Davey Allison. Who else? Rusty Wallace. Jeff Gordon was a little after that. Michael Waltrip. Sterling Marlin.
New. It has been in the research for years. But because when you apply it to this specific case, to this specific 84-year-old woman taken from her home in Tucson, Arizona on the night of January 31st, it does not leave much room for any other conclusion. 92%. 92% of people who are killed in the United States knew their killer in some.
Yeah, between 76 and 92% of homicide victims in the United States knew their killer in some capacity. I would agree. It's not about agreeing, it's just about statistics in this case, right? So, what does that mean? What does it mean for us? It means, like we've been saying, probably someone they know or someone Nancy knows.
Some way. Let that sit with you for just a moment. This is Brian Records. This channel covers cases the way they deserve to be covered. Every fact in this video is sourced. The links are in the description below. If you are new here, subscribe right now and turn on the bell. Because what Dr. Brucato said about this case is the most complete forensic framework anyone has put together on Nancy Guthrie. And by the end of this video, you are going to understand something about this case that most people watching from the outside still do not fully grasp. Let us start from the beginning, who Dr. Gary Brucato actually is. Before I give you his analysis, I need to make sure you understand who is doing the analyzing. Dr. Gary Brucato is a forensic psychologist and clinical researcher. He is a visiting scholar at Boston College. He is a member of the expert panel at the Cold Case Foundation. He is the co-author of a landmark book called The New Evil, Understanding the Emergence of Modern Violent Crime. He helped lead the development of the Columbia University Mass Murder Database, one of the most comprehensive research projects ever undertaken to examine the psychological traits of mass murderers. This is not someone who watches true crime documentaries and calls himself an expert. This is a man who has spent his career inside the data, inside the numbers, inside the documented patterns of how human beings commit violence against each other and why. He has been called to analyze cases that grip the nation. He analyzed Brian Kohberger before the arrest in the Idaho murders. He was correct. His profile matched. He is not on television to fill airtime. When Dr. Gary Brucato speaks about a case, he brings decades of published research with him. And when he brought that research to the Nancy Guthrie case, the conclusion he reached was one of the most disturbing things said out loud about this investigation. What we know about Nancy Guthrie. Stop for a second. Before the forensics, before the statistics, before Dr. Brucato says a single word, you need to picture her. 84 years old, 5 foot nothing. A woman who outlived her husband, raised 3 kids mostly
5 foot nothing.
on her own after he died in a mining accident in Mexico.
I've never seen this footage of young Nancy Guthrie here. And Annie Guthrie, I guess that is.
And built herself a quiet life in the Catalina foothills neighborhood of Tucson, Arizona. She had been in that same house for over 50 years.
So Nancy Guthrie, Cameron Guthrie, Annie Guthrie, and Savannah in the middle, because Savannah is the youngest. So Cameron, Annie, Savannah.
Same street, same garden, same Sunday church pew. Her name is Nancy Ellen Long Guthrie, born January 27, 1942, in Fort Wayne, Kentucky. Her oldest daughter is Savannah Guthrie. Yes, that Savannah Guthrie, the anchor of the Today Show on NBC. Her other daughter is Annie, married to an Italian-born musician named Tommaso Cioni. Her son is Cameron. Now, here is something her doctors already knew that most people outside
And I call this guy Avid Dattenborough as opposed to David Attenborough. So the AI version is Avid Dattenborough. That's Shadow's name for him. But please remember to like the video because likes are free. Hopefully we've gotten to at least 150 to 200 by now. Subscribe to the channel if you're out there watching. I go live almost every night to talk about true crime, current events, and psychology, usually between 10 and 10:30 p.m. Eastern, sometimes a little bit later. And sometimes I do a stream even before that too. So keep your eyes open for that. And say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat. And everyone should tell a friend or five about the flock of black sheep. Black Sheep Nation.
this case do not fully appreciate. Nancy had a pacemaker. She needed daily medication. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos stood in front of cameras and said this publicly. She could not walk 50 yards on her own under normal conditions. 50 yards. That is half a football field. She could not cover that distance without difficulty. Keep that in your mind, because it matters enormously when you try to understand what happened next. January 31st, a Tuesday evening. Nothing unusual. Nancy had dinner at Annie and Tommaso's home. Routine family meal. She ate, she visited. Nothing about that evening raised a single flag. At 9:48 that night, Tommaso drove her home. He said he walked her to her front door. He confirmed she went inside. He got back in his car. He left. The house was quiet. Then the night changed. At 1:47 in the morning, the doorbell camera at Nancy's home picked up a figure standing on her front porch. Masked, armed, nitrile gloves on both hands, a small backpack on their back. That figure did not rush, did not panic, stood there, calmly, then reached over and covered the camera lens with foliage taken from a potted plant sitting right there on the porch. At that exact same moment, and this detail is what separates this case from almost every other missing person case you have ever followed, Nancy's pacemaker registered a cardiac spike. Her heart rate surged. The device recorded it, documented it, time-stamped it. Her body was telling the truth, even when she could not. At 2:28 in the morning, the pacemaker went silent. Its wireless connection to the bedside monitoring unit dropped. No more data, no more signal. 8 minutes later, at 2:36, a Ring camera 2.5 miles away on a street called Camino Royale caught a vehicle traveling south, consistent with a Kia Soul, heading toward the Mexican border, 60 miles away. That is the last electronic trace. Now it is May 2026. More than 100 days have passed. Nancy Guthrie has not been found. No body, no confirmed location, no arrest, no charges. And that is exactly where Dr. Gary Brucato stepped in, with data, with numbers, with a framework built from decades of published research, because someone needed to stop guessing and start calculating. The first thing he ruled out. Dr. Brucato did not start his analysis by telling you what he thought happened. He started by telling you what did not happen. Because in forensic science, you eliminate the impossible first. What remains, however disturbing, is where the truth lives. The first thing he eliminated was sexual motivation. This needs to be said clearly and directly, because it is sometimes raised in online discussions about this case. Dr. Brucato was unambiguous. Sexual motivation was not on the table. The reason comes down to documented criminal science.
Does anyone think that a sexual motivation is part of this? Does anyone think that? I don't think it. I don't rule it out completely, but it's not what I would think. Does anyone think that's what happened? Someone think there's an SAing sexual sadist out there? Press 1 if you think so. Press 2 if you think most likely not.
Psychology, and a specific type of paraphilia called gerontophilia, which means sexual attraction to elderly individuals. Dr. Brucato described this paraphilia as documented as virtually never occurring in criminal cases. And when such offenders do operate, they always show serial behavior. They commit the same type of offense repeatedly. You would see a pattern of similar crimes in the same geographic area. Multiple elderly victims in the Tucson area. A signature. Something law enforcement could track. There was no such pattern. Nothing. Not one case in Tucson that preceded Nancy's disappearance and matched this profile. Beyond the statistics, the physical evidence at Nancy's home pointed entirely away from sexual motivation. There were no biological fluids found at the scene consistent with sexual assault. There were no fantasy elements that typically accompany sexually motivated crimes. Those offenders leave behind indicators of their obsessions, elements that fulfill whatever specific fantasy is driving their behavior. None of that was present at Nancy's home. Sexual motivation was eliminated completely. The second thing he ruled out. The second scenario Dr. Brucato examined was simple robbery. On the surface, this might seem possible. Elderly woman living alone, nice neighborhood, a home worth examining for valuables. But the evidence destroyed this theory immediately. Nothing was taken. Think about that. Someone entered this home, someone who planned this entry in advance, someone who was armed and wearing gloves. And nothing of value was removed from the property. If you break into a home to steal, you take something: jewelry, electronics, cash, anything with resale value. Items of value remained untouched in Nancy Guthrie's home. The robbery theory was dead. But Dr. Brucato went further. What about kidnapping for ransom? That is a financial crime. It does not require taking physical objects from the home. It requires taking the person. Here is where the timeline becomes critical. Dr. Brucato's research into ransom kidnapping revealed a very specific pattern. Ransom demands are almost always made within 24 to 48 hours of the abduction. Not days later, not weeks later, within the first 2 days. And these cases are typically resolved within 1 week. The reason is pragmatic. Every additional hour a kidnapper holds a victim increases their risk of being caught. The victim is what Dr. Brucato called precious cargo, something of high value that needs to be preserved and returned as quickly as possible to collect the money and eliminate the exposure. In genuine...
And yeah, elderly get especially targeted for financial crimes. But like Tina mentioned, not just financial crimes sometimes SA. And also an extension of financial crimes is being burglarized because people see you as a sitting duck, especially if you're just one person. Even a group of elderly, like a couple. I mean, unless they're armed, it can be dangerous. And unless they have a security system, that can be dangerous. So, depending on how old they are and what their family's helping them with, a security system would be helpful. At the very least, right? Because that way, someone breaks in, the cops are getting called automatically. And then hopefully you have cameras too. But also, please remember to like the video because likes are free. And make sure you're subscribed to the channel, and super chats, super stickers, and becoming a channel member or gifting channel memberships. Great ways to support the channel. It's investing in the Agent S500, the Hootie Snack 500, that helps me pay for Shadow the Night Owl's soy-free Hootie Snacks. and becoming a member gives you access to the members-only live streams. And thank you very much for all of the support I've been getting so far. Shadow says thank you too.
In ransom cases, there is always proof of life. The kidnappers have to demonstrate the victim is alive and well. They have to show she is being cared for, because without that proof, nobody pays. Nancy Guthrie was gone for more than 100 days when Dr. Brucato gave his analysis. No official ransom demand had been verified by law enforcement. No confirmed proof of life had been offered to the public. Nancy did not have her medication with her. She had a documented cardiac condition. None of that fits the profile of someone being held as precious cargo. A victim without medication. A victim with a serious heart condition. Being held for months without any confirmed public communication from captors. That is not how kidnapping for ransom operates anywhere in the documented research. Simple robbery was eliminated. Ransom kidnapping was eliminated. That brought Dr. Brucato to the third category.
So by the way, Chad, do we know where those 2 rootless hairs were found in particular, specifically? I don't think we do. I just know that we have them. They found 2 rootless hairs that they wanted sent to the FBI lab a couple months ago, but it was first sent to the private lab, and then after that, it finally went to Quantico. But I don't know exactly where they got it from. I mean, have we been told where they got it from? I don't think we have been. I think we've just been told it was at Nancy's house. That's it. That's as much as we know about it.
The number that changes everything. Abduction as a standalone crime, separate from ransom, is extraordinarily rare in the United States. Dr. Brucato's research showed there are only approximately 350 abductions per year in the entire country. The entire country, across all 50 states. That is fewer than 1 per day nationally. The overwhelming majority of those 350 cases involve children, not elderly adults. Abducting an 84-year-old woman is statistically highly unusual under any framing. But Dr. Brucato kept digging. He looked at what happens in the cases that do occur, and he found the detail that became the foundation of everything that followed. In documented abduction cases, the abductor almost always knows the victim in some capacity. And then he turned to the homicide data, because when you eliminate sexual motivation, when you eliminate robbery, when you eliminate ransom...
And I don't even know why Nano said what he did. Oh, we know why they did this and they could do it again. It's like, do they really know? Or is he just talking out of his ass? I kind of think he was talking out of his ass, because what do they know? What do you mean you know why? Really? If you know why, then you should know who to be going after. Wouldn't you think? But I don't think they knew. I think he was just talking. Does anyone agree with Nanos? Does anyone believe him that, yeah, they knew from day one what this was all about? Does anyone believe him about that? I don't. I mean, press 1 if you believe him, but press 2 if you think he was talking out of his ass.
When an 84-year-old woman with a heart condition is missing for over 100 days without confirmed proof of life, you are looking at a probable homicide. And this is where Dr. Brucato introduced the number that changed this case. According to multiple research sources that Dr. Brucato cited on Brian Entin Investigates, between 76 and 92% of people who are killed in the United States knew their killer in some way. The upper figure, 92%, comes from the most recent and comprehensive analyses of national homicide data. 92%. Not so.
Hark! What do we have here, Shadow? Soy-free Hootie Snacks. An investment in the H&S 500. I'm such a loser, LOL. At Sikorsky 23. LOL. I love you guys no matter what. This is the rhythm of the night. that's fun. What's the name of that song? Oh, by the Black Eyed Peas. This is the rhythm of the night. Oh yeah. Or like Billy Joel's In the Middle of the Night, I'll be walking in my sleep. So Shadow appreciates the super chat, Sikorsky, and as do I. So thank you very much.
75, not 50, 92%. Dr. Brucato was explicit about what the word knowing means in this context. It does not require a close personal relationship. It does not require friendship or family connection. It could be a contractor who once worked on the property, someone Nancy recognized from a grocery store she visited regularly, a delivery driver who made routine stops at her home, a service provider who came to her property, someone who provided medical or home care. The connection could be intimate, or it could be passing, but statistically it existed. When that number, 92%, is applied to the Nancy Guthrie case, the conclusion is almost mathematically unavoidable.
So this is what it says. As of April-May 2026, hair and other DNA evidence were recovered from inside Nancy Guthrie's Tucson, Arizona home, according to reports. The evidence, which includes hair samples, was sent to the FBI's laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, for advanced testing. While investigators have not publicly specified the exact room where the hair was located, it is part of a larger set of evidence recovered from the property. Other reported evidence includes a bedsheet clipping, blood on the front porch. This is the first I've heard about a bedsheet clipping. Blood on the front porch, later identified as hers, and a glove found about 2 miles away. Now, we know that glove found 2 miles away is useless. Location hair was found in her home. The hair was sent to the FBI for testing, which could be critical for identifying a suspect. The case is being treated as an abduction. Now, that's what Google says, but it's possible Google can be wrong.
Whoever took Nancy Guthrie had crossed paths with her before. The man on the camera. Now, Dr. Brucato.
And now, super chat by Sikorsky. Shadow and I say thank you, Sikorsky. The rhythm of the night, well, yeah. Woe night, oh, yeah. The rhythm of the night. This is the rhythm of the night. He's going to try to make me sing the song. I'm on to you, Sikorsky. What is this, karaoke? Black Sheep Nation karaoke? We need the beat. No, nothing annoying about it at all, Sikorsky. The people love it. Don't you all? Don't you all love the fun? Of course you all love the fun. Or you wouldn't be here at 2:26 a.m. Eastern Time in the flock of black sheep. Tina says, Gary gives me the creeps. Remember, I said this many times just in case something comes out about him. All right. Shadow and I are noting it. We've noted it in our handy-dandy notebook. Today was but Shenandoah 500, the Shenandoah Valley. Interesting. Thank you again, Sikorsky. Shadow says thank you too.
Turned his attention to the security footage, and what he said about the masked figure on Nancy's doorbell camera was something that multiple criminal profilers had noticed from the very beginning of this case, but nobody had explained with the clinical precision that Brucato brought to it.
Yeah, so Rooster's correct. I mean, Sikorsky, I have a long leash here for the very most part, right? I've only had to get rid of a couple people, but I try to be lenient. And not that you've even come close to being a problem anyway, so.
The person on that camera was, in Dr. Brucato's words, way too cool under pressure, not even flinching. To understand why that matters, you need to understand what stress looks like in criminal behavior. Even career criminals, people who commit crimes repeatedly and professionally, show physiological signs of stress in the act. Elevated heart rate, rapid movement, checking over their shoulder, rushing through their actions. These are not choices. These are autonomic responses. The body does these things whether the person wants it to or not. Fear of being caught produces observable behaviors in virtually every criminal. The person on Nancy's camera showed none of those signs. They moved with a calm that Dr. Brucato identified as a potential indicator of psychopathic character structure. Psychopathy is a clinical term. It refers to a specific constellation of personality traits: lack of empathy, lack of remorse, and critically, a blunted fear response. People with genuine psychopathic traits do not experience fear the way most humans do. Situations that would cause overwhelming anxiety in a normal person simply do not trigger the same neurological response. That is why the figure on that footage could stand at a porch camera in the early hours of the morning, about to commit a serious felony, and appear composed.
Correct. And that's something I've said before too, right? Psychopaths, they're not feeling fear and emotions the same way people are. So when they have muted empathy, and they probably have less gray matter in the parts of the brain responsible for empathy, so they just don't feel it. So that could explain some of the reasons why Maureen and friends think the person on the porch was on drugs. It's like, maybe they're just a psychopath, right? And again, because not every psychopath is a cold-blooded killer. Actually, no, there are psychopaths that never even resort to crime. Everyone thinks, oh, if you're a psychopath, you're definitely a criminal. Not always. Not always, actually. They can fit in certain business environments and political environments. But you could also then argue, well, aren't there a lot of political criminals, Jared? And Shadow says, yep, there are certainly a lot of political criminals. Don't forget that, Shadow says. And I said, yes, you're right.
But Dr. Brucato added something that most people missed about this profile. People with psychopathic character structure have a long documented history. Decades of behavior that others remember. Either inappropriate behavior that made people uncomfortable, or outright criminal behavior that brought them into contact with law enforcement. Psychopathy does not develop overnight. It is a pattern. It builds over years. It leaves a trail. Incidents, confrontations, arrests, records.
I don't always agree with that. It can often be true, but not always. Because like I said, it just depends. Now, one of the criteria for antisocial personality disorder is there does need to be something going on with that. But again, I don't know how much I agree with that because it just depends. But here's the thing. Someone with antisocial personality disorder, which is the parent disorder of sociopaths and psychopaths, very often they will get in trouble with the law. So certainly. But it's not necessarily mandatory. I think it is possible that someone can have the psychopathic brain and not get in trouble with the law. I think it's just more likely they do. Way more likely.
This person, Dr. Brucato said, almost certainly had prior contact with law enforcement. Somewhere in the system there were records. And there was another behavioral trait that Dr. Brucato highlighted, one that created a specific investigative pathway. People with psychopathic traits are far more reactive to perceived insults than they are to actual threats to themselves. This is counterintuitive. You would assume someone would respond more strongly to genuine danger than to a minor slight. But the research shows the opposite. These individuals are hypersensitive to anything perceived as disrespect, being challenged, being shortchanged, being insulted. And their reactions are wildly disproportionate to the offense. The guy who completely lost control because
It's almost like this guy's gotten some of his script from me.
someone cut him off in a parking lot. The person who screamed at a cashier over 99 cents. The individual who held a grudge for years over something most people would forget in an hour. People remember those encounters. And Dr. Brucato said investigators should be talking to community members who have had what he called nasty run-ins with a grudge-holding, volatile person in the Tucson area. Because that specific behavioral signature is something witnesses carry with them. It is memorable. The amateur mistakes that reveal everything. Here is where Dr. Brucato's analysis takes a turn that most people have not fully processed. The person on the camera made mistakes, real mistakes, amateurish mistakes. The holster was worn incorrectly, positioned in a way that could actually be dangerous to the person wearing it. The firearm visible in the footage did not match the holster, indicating a lack of genuine familiarity with weapons despite carrying one. They brought what appeared to be foliage or flowers to the house, a detail that Dr. Brucato specifically called out as bizarre. Unless you are an absolute imbecile, why would you do that? Those were his exact words. It is a question, he said, will probably make sense later once investigators understand the full premise of what happened. And most critically, this person was caught on camera at all. A genuinely skilled criminal with serious operational training would have disabled or avoided the security system entirely before approaching. So here is the paradox that Dr. Brucato identified. The person on that footage was composed enough to stand at a camera without showing a fear response, but also foolish enough to make basic errors that a truly sophisticated criminal would never make.
Such as Avid Dattenborough?
Dr. Brucato described this as someone who was not particularly bright, but was willing to do horrible things, comfortable with violence, but not skilled at executing it cleanly. And this paradox pointed directly toward his most important conclusion. This
Execute it cleanly. I mean, it sort of seems like they did. I mean, what did they do wrong? What did the perps do wrong in this case? They left some blood of Nancy's? Well, how much does that hurt them? It hasn't. They didn't really leave any DNA of themselves that we know of. So what did they do wrong? As far as being a criminal is concerned here.
This person did not act alone. The waiter and the chef. Dr. Brucato used an analogy that I want you to hold on to, because it is the clearest way anyone has explained the structure of this crime. He said the person on the camera was the waiter, visible, peasant, the face of the operation, the one delivering the meal, but not the one who created it. Behind the scenes, Dr. Brucato said, there was a chef, someone who planned this, someone who orchestrated it, someone who gave the order and directed the execution without ever standing in front of a camera. Someone who thought this through and concluded that using another person to do the physical work was the smart move. The waiter does not decide what is on the menu. The waiter just brings it to the table. Now, here is what makes the chef so much more disturbing than the waiter. The waiter, the person on the camera, fits a specific visible profile. Volatile, history of aggressive behavior, prior criminal record, known in the community for explosive reactions to small slights, someone people remember for the wrong reasons. The chef is the opposite. The chef would appear pro-social. Dr. Brucato used that specific clinical word.
Maybe he'd be pro-social, but we don't know. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. Or maybe she was, maybe she wasn't. We don't know who it was that might have done it.
Superficially pro-social, meaning this individual looks kind, looks normal, looks trustworthy. They might have even seemed warm and helpful to Nancy herself, but beneath that surface was a financial reason to want Nancy gone. And that is where Dr. Brucato connected everything back to the 92%. If this was financially motivated, and if the person behind it was someone who appeared pro-social and kind to Nancy, then that person was not a stranger. That person was in her orbit. They had some reason to be around her, some legitimate or semi-legitimate access to her life, her home, her finances, her daily routine. Dr. Brucato introduced the concept that he has written about extensively in his academic work, a category of crime called elimination murder. Elimination murder is exactly what it sounds like. You eliminate, through homicide, a person you know, because that person is standing between you and something you want. The motive can take several forms: financial inheritance, someone whose death results in assets changing hands, someone whose continued existence prevents another person from accessing money, property, or an estate. Burden elimination, someone who...
So the name of this channel is Brian Records, but I affectionately refer to him as Avid Dattenborough. Shadow says it's Avid Dattenborough. Don't get it twisted. But the name of their channel is Brian Records. Records.
care has become expensive, time-consuming, or simply incompatible with the life another person wants to live. Witness removal, someone who knows too much. Someone who has seen or figured out something that the perpetrator cannot allow to remain known. The hallmark of elimination murder that Dr. Brucato has documented across many cases is the staging. The perpetrator works very hard to make it look like a total stranger came in for no clear reason and committed the crime. They manufacture the appearance of randomness. They construct a scene that points investigators away from anyone with a personal connection to the victim. But because the people who commit elimination murders are rarely sophisticated planners, they always fail at the staging in one critical way.
I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, I'm reading Matt Murphy's book. Some of these murders were planned out pretty well and extensively. If you take a look at the Hawks murder case, brutal case, but the people that did it, Skylar, and I think the woman's name was Jennifer, they planned it out very meticulously. But let's see where he says they messed it up here.
They do not fake the elements that would actually motivate a stranger to act. They do not fake a robbery convincingly because nothing of real value is taken. They do not fake a sexual assault because there is no actual sexual component to their motivation. They fake the surface details, but leave the motivational structure completely empty. And that gap between what the scene is supposed to look like and what it actually shows is what points investigators directly back toward the people in the victim's personal world. Look at Nancy's home. Nothing of value was taken. No sexual assault indicators. A staged blood trail. A strategically opened back door. Someone went to great effort to make this look like a random intrusion, and left behind a scene that actually tells investigators the exact opposite. Dr. Brucato said on camera to TMZ, and I want to quote him directly because these are his words: "It is entirely possible that she was not actually taken from there or killed there. It is entirely possible that happened elsewhere and somebody staged blood in the front of the house, the door being opened in the back and so forth, to give the impression of an abduction. But
I mean, not impossible. I don't think that's what happened, but not impossible.
she was actually killed somewhere else, or whatever fate befell her."
Now, I definitely think she could have been killed somewhere else. Absolutely, I agree with that. I don't think she was killed there. I don't think that. I think she was punched in the front step or struck with an object in the front step, and that's where the blood came from. But then I think they ended her life somewhere after that. Not there, but somewhere after that. They had 8 to 9 hours of runway. They could have been really far away by the point that happened.
Somewhere else. Those are his words, directly attributed, from a documented public interview. He went further. He said the level of manipulation in this case indicates a mastermind, someone who planned this staging, someone who thought carefully about what law enforcement would see when they arrived, someone who was smart enough to construct a false narrative, but not smart enough to make it fully convincing. The most disturbing conclusion. Here is where I need to slow down.
But here's the thing, though. I mean, whatever they did, what's the end result? The end result is there's many different opinions about it, and no one knows for sure. So considering that, it seems like the criminals did a good job. If no one knows for sure, and there's many different opinions, and they made no glaringly obvious mistakes up until now, I mean, that's a crime well done for now, isn't it? I mean, that might change, but for now, it seems like a crime well done. What more could you have asked for if you were them? What more could they have asked for? Seriously. If you said to these guys, plan the perfect crime, execute it, and they did, what would you have said if you could talk to them? Do you think there's anything they would have done differently at this point? I think it's going as good as they ever could have possibly imagined up until now, right? Am I wrong, chat? I mean, how could it be going any better? If you're a criminal, this is ideal so far, is it not?
Because what comes next is not easy to say, and Dr. Brucato acknowledged that when he said it. If Nancy Guthrie is deceased, and Dr. Brucato said the probability of her being alive is very low, then the statistical reality about what happened to her body is something her family has had to quietly prepare themselves for. Dr. Brucato said it this way: if she is deceased, there is a very low probability she will ever be found intact. Criminals in 2026 are aware of how forensic science works. They know that a single strand of hair can produce a DNA profile. They know that dental records can identify fragmentary remains. They know that trace biology can survive conditions that seem impossible. And they act accordingly. They place remains in remote areas where animal scavenging disperses biological material across a wide radius. They use fire. They use dismemberment. They use methods designed specifically to ensure that nothing of sufficient size is ever recovered for identification. Dr. Brucato said he would be, and I am quoting his words from the transcript, absolutely flabbergasted if there were intact remains to be found. That is not a throwaway line. That is the documented conclusion of a man who has spent his career studying how people
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it would be pretty careless of them to let remains be found. I mean, it was pretty dumb of, for example, D4VD to have the remains of Celeste in that stupid frunk. That was dumb. But these guys, I don't think they would be that dumb. I mean, they could do any of the things he just said, burn, dismember, any of that. As gruesome as it is to say, I would be surprised if they didn't, honestly.
Dispose of evidence in crimes exactly like this one. And yet, and this is important, the absence of remains does not mean the absence of justice.
At this moment, I'm starting to think it won't be solved because I just don't know. Now, permanently unsolved is a long time, of course. Cold cases do get solved sometimes. People are throwing out that term cold case, or they're starting to with this case. But I just don't know what they're hanging their hat on. I mean, the rootless DNA, I don't have too much hope for that. I would have had more hope if they find a vehicle or I mean, I not because here's the thing. I think the only thing they're hoping for is that rootless DNA or a miracle. Someone tells them themselves or makes a blunder in that way. That's what they're hoping for. And if that's all we're hoping for, then it's not looking too good. So, do I think it will be solved? I think at this point, it seems like there's a 5 to 10% chance it gets solved. And that's pretty low, isn't it? Now, the FBI folks and the other law enforcement folks, they'd probably be upset at me for that estimate, but that's what it's seeming like right now. I mean, can anyone point me in the direction of more hope? Does anyone think there's more than a 10% chance? And if so, why so?
What DNA could still do? Dr. Brocato shifted to the evidence that gives this case its best path forward. Mixed DNA was found at Nancy Guthrie's home. Mixed DNA means genetic material from more than one individual. Separating individual profiles from mixed DNA is meticulous, time-consuming laboratory work. Dr. Brocato noted that establishing clean individual profiles from mixed samples can take up to a year. That timeline has frustrated people watching this case from the outside, but it is simply the reality of the science. Once they...
All right. I mean, so it can take up to a year. So maybe I'm being too critical. So it's certainly possible it's solved. It just doesn't look like it to me right now. But by the way, please make sure you like the video because likes are free. Spank the like button. Leave your DNA of choice in the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Tell a friend or 20 about the flock of black sheep here. Tell them about the grand old time that we have with the chuckle huts and the music and Shadow the Night Owl here. Say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat if you're watching. We have a school of Pisces fish here. And as always, super chats, super stickers, and becoming a channel member or gifting channel memberships, great way to support the channel. It's investing in the H&S 500, the Hootie Snack 500, which also helps me pay for Shadow soy-free Hootie Snacks, of course, too. And when you're a member, you have access to the members-only live streams, too, which is also a grand old time. And thank you very much for everyone who's been supporting the channel so far. Shadow and I are very grateful.
Those profiles are established, they can be submitted to genealogical databases. This is the same technique that cracked the Golden State Killer case after more than 40 years. By uploading DNA profiles to platforms that compare them against voluntary submissions from relatives, investigators can build family trees. They can narrow suspects to a specific individual, even if that person has never been arrested or had their DNA in any criminal database. C.C. Moore, the genetic genealogist who helped solve the Golden State Killer case and dozens of others, has been named in connection with the forensic analysis in Nancy's case. That single fact matters more than most people realize. When C.C. Moore gets involved in the case, answers follow. A hair sample was found at Nancy's home. A glove was recovered approximately 2 miles away. Both pieces of biological evidence are at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, being analyzed, being processed, at whatever timeline the science requires. Dr. Brocato said this directly. He believes this case will be solved, not because of gut instinct, because the evidence pathways, when followed with patience and resources, converge on a finite set of answers. The genealogical database approach has solved cases that were cold for decades. There is no reason it cannot solve this one. The geographic profile. One piece of Dr. Brocato's analysis that has not gotten the attention it deserves is his assessment of where this person is. He said the perpetrator, or at least the orchestrator, is local. Not local in a vague way, local in a specific, documentable way. Someone who knew the layout of Nancy's property, someone who knew her schedule, her routine, her vulnerabilities, someone who had knowledge of the inside of her home and the pattern of her daily life. You do not acquire that kind of knowledge from a distance. You acquire it through proximity, through presence, through some form of recurring contact that builds a picture of how someone lives when they are most vulnerable and when the window of opportunity opens. The 350 abductions per year that Dr. Brucato cited are overwhelmingly committed by people in the victim's geographic and social radius.
I will say, if it ever gets solved, it will be very satisfying, especially considering how many hours we've been going over this case, and then for them to finally find it or make an arrest. And then could you imagine that case, that trial? How fascinating that would be. That, and I've said, that would be the biggest media circus probably since the O.J. Simpson trial. Can you guys think of anything that would have been more of a media circus than that? Than this one? I don't think so. I mean, maybe if Jeffrey Epstein went to trial, maybe that would have been, but it didn't. So, Ghislaine, I guess Ghislaine was. But even Ghislaine's thing kind of went under the rug a little bit. I'm surprised it didn't really get as much attention. But if this case goes to trial, that would be humongous. And it would be very interesting and very satisfying. And yeah, give the Guthrie family a sense of justice, right?
Nancy Guthrie's attacker is almost certainly in Tucson, almost certainly in her documented world. Almost certainly someone who, if you knew both of them, you would recognize as someone who had a reason to be around her. The ransom notes, what they actually indicate. Reports surfaced early in this investigation of communications claiming to be from Nancy's captors. Law enforcement has not...
And again, I'm sure the local law enforcement, the FBI, they have all sorts of things they haven't told us, right? It's just a matter of how much more do they know? Because again, they could tell me something that makes me think, you know what? They're 90% to solving this case, but I just don't know it yet because they didn't tell me. But they could possibly have that information. It's 90% there, and they're just waiting for that 10% to close and make an arrest and to make it a foolproof case. Is that true? I'm not ruling it out. Now, Brian Etten's source says they have nobody. And again, that's Brian Etten's source. Do you believe Brian Etten's source? I believe Brian Etten's source more than I believe Ashley's source, Ashley Banfield's source, I believe. I believe Brian's more than Ashley's, I should say.
Officially confirmed their authenticity or content. Dr. Brucato addressed this carefully. Without seeing the actual text of any communication, definitive analysis is impossible. That is his word, impossible. But he said something important about the behavioral psychology of ransom communications sent after the window for genuine ransom has already closed. If the notes were real, and that is a large if, then sending them after the critical 48-hour window has passed serves no practical financial purpose. You are not negotiating. You are not in position to collect. The logistics of a genuine exchange are not workable at that stage, which means if someone was sending communications, they were doing it for a different reason. Sadism. The enjoyment of taunting a grieving family, the need to remain present in the story, the narcissistic compulsion to be known as the person who did this, even while evading consequences. That behavioral pattern, Dr. Brucato noted, is documented in offenders with psychopathic and narcissistic character structures. They cannot resist the attention. They cannot stay silent, even when silence is the tactically intelligent choice. And he said something else about this. The entire framing of the crime as financially motivated might be a deliberate misdirection, a way to point investigators toward a financial narrative when the real motivation behind the crime was something more personal, something more intimate.
I believe that. I believe more personal, intimate, not about money, more punishment, envy, sadism. And again, I'm not ruling out a completely off the wall motive either. I've always said with the Reagan assassination attempt, it was to impress Jodie Foster. I mean, nobody would have guessed that was that guy's motive, right? But that's what he said it was. I mean, now they would say, honestly, if that happened today, they would say, no, that's not true. That wasn't his motive. He's a patsy. Or they would say, he's a Fed. Or they would say something, right? No one. And that's the other thing, right? If anything happens today, they're never going to believe an official narrative now because the government's lost people's trust. And I understand why. They deserve to have lost trust. Absolutely. But I think two things are true. I don't trust the government, and this will trigger people, but the government isn't wrong about everything they say. I think they can be wrong a fair amount, but not everything. So I think both of those things are true. But I think some people think it's nothing. Nothing they say is true. And I think that goes too far. And again, it's bitter in my mouth to even say they could ever be right because they're so often lying. But I think occasionally they can be. Occasionally.
Something the perpetrator needed to hide beneath a layer of apparent logic. If there were two people, one is the key. Dr. Brucato returned to the waiter and chef framework for his final investigative recommendations. And this is where the analysis becomes genuinely actionable. If two people were involved, and the data strongly suggests at least two tiers of participation, then there is a structural vulnerability in this conspiracy. Groups have weak links. Accomplices turn on each other, especially when money is involved, especially when the stakes are prison versus freedom. The reward in the Nancy Guthrie case has grown to over $1 million. $1 million for information leading to her recovery. Dr. Brucato noted something that sounds cynical, but is documented in criminal research. There is very little honor among thieves. Money is a powerful inducement. It has broken far tighter conspiracies than this one. But then he raised the question that haunts the case. Why has nobody come forward for $1 million? He offered three documented possibilities. The first, the accomplice is dead.
Does anyone think the person on the Nest cam is dead? I think that's possible. I don't know what the percentage chance is, but I definitely think it's possible. Does anyone think the person on the Nest cam is dead? Press 1 if yes.
Eliminated by the mastermind to remove the liability of a living witness who knows the full picture. The larger the chain of people with knowledge, the greater the risk. And eliminating that risk through violence is a documented pattern in crimes like this. The second, the accomplice genuinely does not know the identity of the person who hired them. Criminal operations with a sophisticated organizer sometimes involve complete informational separation between tiers. The muscle knows what to do. They do not know who ultimately gave the order. The third, the conspiracy is tighter than law enforcement has been able to penetrate so far. The people involved are not in the general public. They are in a closed circle. And the reward has not reached the right person yet. Each of these possibilities represents a different investigative pathway. And Dr. Brucato said, once the first arrest is made, regardless of which tier that person represents, the rest of the truth tends to follow quickly. One person in custody facing the reality of prison versus cooperation changes the entire dynamic. The full profile. Everything in one place. Let me give you Dr. Gary Brucato's complete suspect profile exactly as he laid it out, so you have it in one place. The person responsible, or persons, are almost certainly male. At least one male was physically present. There are probable accomplices. This was not a solo operation. The motivation was financial, not sexual, not random, financial. Something tied to Nancy's assets, her estate, or something she controlled or knew. The perpetrator, or perpetrators, knew Nancy in some capacity. The 92% demands it. Their lives intersected with hers in some documented way. The person on the camera, the visible tier, is someone comfortable with violence, but not particularly intelligent. Likely has prior criminal history and law enforcement contact. Known in the Tucson community for volatility, for disproportionate reactions to small provocations, for holding grudges, for being someone people remember having a bad encounter with. The person behind the camera, the organizing tier, presents as pro-social, kind, even helpful, living what Dr. Brucato called a double life, has a specific financial reason to want Nancy gone, had some legitimate access to her world, appeared trustworthy to her, smiled at her, was someone she had no documented reason to fear. And somewhere between those two people is the full truth of what happened to Nancy Guthrie on the night of January 31st. Why this case will be solved. Dr. Brucato ended his analysis on Brian Enton Investigates with something that I think is important for Nancy's family and for everyone following this case. He said, "This will be solved. Not hoped, not wished, said." He said, "People think criminal cases resolve like television programs, 42 minutes plus commercials. The reality is that complex DNA analysis takes months or years. Genealogical database work requires patient, methodical comparison across thousands of family trees. Building a case solid enough to hold up in court, under the scrutiny of the best defense attorneys money can buy, requires absolute certainty
And that's a good point too. They could have a good idea who it is, but if they don't think they can prove it beyond a reasonable doubt in court, they're not going to file charges, right? So that's something that could be happening too. They have a good idea, but they just don't know enough to file charges, and so they're not. And they're not telling us that. And again, just because they're not telling us that doesn't mean it's not true. They might. They might have some of that.
Every evidentiary step. He said, "The fact that certain details have not been released publicly does not mean the investigation is stalled. It may mean exactly the opposite. Strategic silence from investigators is often a sign that leads are being pursued carefully, quietly, in ways that do not alert the people being investigated. Evidence is being held close to the vest. Evidence that, when released at the right moment, will serve a prosecutorial purpose rather than just a media one." Dr. Brucato's professional opinion, based on his work with the Columbia University Mass Murder Database, his years on the Cold Case Foundation expert panel, and his decades of published research into violent crime, is that the convergence of DNA genealogy analysis and systematic investigation into people with documented access to Nancy's life will produce a name. It will take time, but the evidence pathways lead somewhere. They always lead somewhere. One last thing. Think about the last dinner you had with your mother, the food, the conversation, the way you said goodbye at the door. Nancy had that dinner, January 31st, with her daughter, with her son-in-law. She ate, she laughed, she went home, and she never came back. She is 84 years old. She has a pacemaker sitting inside her chest right now. That device recorded the exact moment her world fell apart. 2:28 in the morning, and then silence. Savannah Guthrie anchors the Today Show every morning. She sits in that chair, she does her job, and somewhere behind those eyes is a daughter who does not know where her mother is. That is the weight this family carries every single day. Here is what I need from you before you leave. If something in this video triggered a memory, a name, a face, a conversation you overheard, someone in Tucson who always made you uneasy, do not scroll past it. Do not talk yourself out of it. Call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Anonymous. No name required. $1 million unclaimed. One phone call could be the reason this family finally gets an answer. Nancy deserves that. Her daughters deserve that. And whoever did this deserves exactly.
Avid Dattenborough trying to appeal to the greater good. Avid Dattenborough says, very convincing to Avid Dattenborough. Code word Jumanji. So chat, what did you learn from that video? Not much, huh? Not much I didn't already know. How about that? I learned more from the chat when we get prompted into talking about things. That's usually what happens. I learn more from the chat, usually. So, for example, if the hair was found in the bedroom, that would be something new. That would be something new. Code word shadow. Naughty shadow says. But all right, folks, we've hit the 4-hour mark. Thanks for keeping Shadow and I company the whole time. We've enjoyed it. Make sure you've hit that like button. Make sure you're subscribed. Thanks for all the support. The investments into the Hootie Snack 500 would help Shadow grow some annuity, get his Hootie Snacks compounding. Hootie Snacks compounding on Hootie Snacks. He does, Lindsay. He really does. You're right about that. So, everyone, it's about time to wrap it all up here. So, Teresa, Rooster, Lindsay, D, Julie Bug. Did your nose just grow like Pinocchio, Julie Bug? Thank you, D. 155 likes. Ellie, thanks for joining us tonight, Ellie. It's always good to see you. User, Dale, thanks for your support tonight, Dale. Sikorsky, thanks for your support as well. Mike, same to you. Who else? Michelle, Tina. Thank you, everyone. Yep, Dana, have a great night. It's always a pleasure hanging out with you all. I'll be back again tomorrow night. We'll see what's on the docket for tomorrow. But till then, Jennifer, we got to get B. Where's B been? Got to lasso back in B. And Reagan. And who else? OC girl. Oh, girl, I'll be in trouble if you left me now. I'll say to OC girl. Got to find her. But all right, folks, have a great night, and I'll see you all soon. Glad you found us, Lindsay. Glad you were here. Glad you had fun, Dana. That's the name of the game around these parts.